Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some good old musume. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. We're just getting the old daily sort of energy out of the way. This is like the current event. We race against other people's teams, and I do terribly because I don't have, like, good meta characters for it. Which is what a lot of people are complaining about over on Twitter, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, I get it. That's how it goes. Because my builds barely scrape by, whereas some people actually build their fucking characters. Who would guess? Imagine. Oh. Alright. Hey, you devil, how's it going? Ooh. Man. Ate a burger, so doing good. Hell yeah. Burgers are nice. You know, every once in a while, there's like certain, like, things I get massive cravings for. Burgers are one of the things. It's just completely irregular when it occurs, but it does occur, and it's like, no, I need to have a burger right now. It's burgers, fried rice, and then, like, a couple of other things. Fortunately, I'm gonna have to work at Saturday this week. Ooh. Not fun at all. Oh, isn't that gonna cut into your D&D? No, your D&D's Friday nights, normally. Me trying to do my best to remember. It will? Okay. Oh yeah, well if it's Friday night then yeah. I have two groups, one's Friday night and the other's Saturday. That's right. I was like, I feel like there was sessions you have on Saturday, but then I remember you having Friday night, definitely, and that's why I was getting all over the place there. I'm happy to say I didn't break my spine, but I also didn't fully accomplish the pose. See? Also, would you believe me if I told you I'm still actually really sore from that? I ended up actually having a long snooze last afternoon. Basically yesterday afternoon. Okay, so if I'm a little tired today, I fully blame the fact that I had a snooze for about 3-4 hours in the afternoon, woke up at about 7, which is normally when I fall asleep, and then, got to sleep at about, like, 11. Tried doing it this morning, did it? Well, fuck you. Should definitely try again. My back is genuinely so sore. My back kind of hurt for like an hour after, but it was worth being better than Valid. Fuck you, devil. You youngins been able to do all this flexible shit better than I. How dare. I actually don't think I'd survive if I tried to do it today. Nah, like, genuinely, my back's actually so sore still. This is, okay, this is going to show, again, yet a moment of how old is Malith. Old enough that pretty much no matter what, it takes like multiple days to recover from doing a funny bit. Oh yeah, y'all like that thing I posted, was it yesterday, quickly on Discord, where, like, I like posting that sort of stuff as just more reminders that fucking, because, okay, let's get this sentence actually constructed correctly. We always hear about how, like, oh, VTubing is too expensive to get into, and I always hate that, because that's that perception that you must be able to, like, compete with Iron Mouse in quality. I posted a thing on Discord of a link to someone's brand new model they did, which is incredibly high quality, but it's not personal. It is a general piece like this one. My god, the quality for that was insane. And the fact that it comes with alternate forms of a more animalistic version or just the normal human version. And it's 18 bucks normally, and it's like $13 at the moment, like, because of the, was it the 30% discount? Getting into VTubing is so expensive, said a man that did not buy a model for the price lower than a... Yeah, like, that's that thing that, like, I just can't understand that argument unless you are not informed, and if you're not informed, that's kind of a fault on the community for not making an effort to, like, go, hey, you don't need to be an Iron Mouse, or you don't need to be, like, a corpo level. You can't. But how you doing, Sweeb? I'm doing alright. I'm still a little sore from yesterday, but other than that, I'm doing alright. And my PNG tuber that cost me literally a pack of gum. Yeah. Like, it's almost insulting to so many people to say VTubing can only be obtained via, or like even just getting into that sort of scene can only be done with money. So it really isn't how it works. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was actually a model I was tempted, like, when I saw it, I was tempted to pick it up. Except it doesn't look like it quite has some of the toggles I would like. But, like, if you've looked at the toggles, they're insane. They're really, really pretty. The problem is, I don't think I'm expressive enough to also make use of a lot of a model like that. I think that's definitely another thing as well. I'm quite content with what we've got currently anyway. Brown more will definitely make you more expressive. Genuinely right. I was talking about this with some friends the other day. It's like, I have a resting, like, very grumpy face. I have to put in so much work with streaming not to just let it fall to that all the time, because the model does not like it. Like, I have to be smiling constantly while streaming. Otherwise, it's just... Like, that's what it defaults to if I just let my face go flat. And it's like, yeah. Even the model looks disappointed. Like, yeah. But I always find that fun. It did get me, it's caused me no problem. Like, it's caused me a lot of problems in my life having that kind of default face there. Just constantly smiling like German in that one meme. The model does not express if I try and do the German smile. Yeah, it's not expressing it well. I dread to think how creepy that fucking face I just made looked in real life. Well, normally. Pretty much. No, it's, like, I think I talked about this briefly before, but, like, when I used to work, specifically when I, was a lot younger, people did not want to approach me because they were scared that I was always angry. And, like, they were scared to approach me before that. It's like, can I just not vibe? My god. But yeah, no, it was like, no one wanted to approach me or anything like that, and I'm just like, why? And it's like, oh, they're all scared of you, and I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I barely talk to half of them at this stage, and they're like, yeah, but like, that's because they don't know you, and like, so that's my fault? I'm sorry I don't talk super happy and nicely with everyone I come across at work, especially when y'all treat me like shit. I love how many fucking... okay, can I say this is the one part about these multiplayer things that I love? Is that you just see fucking... There's 3 Scarlets, there's 2 Tachyons. I let it just auto until it just figured out what it wanted from there. That's why my teams don't win, because I'm not actually picking good characters, too. And like I said earlier, I've not got builds that are actually good. But yeah, it is the nightmare that is having that kind of resting, grumpy bitch face. I guess it also doesn't help that, like, I'm also a very big person. Like, I have very broad shoulders, and when I'm actually putting in the effort, I'm very, like, I've got really substantial muscle thing, so... So I do look like a mafia person when I dress up. Gave my friends a compliment saying she has a nice haircut. Then looked at me and said that I said that in a creepy way and it sounded like I'm planning to kill her. Oh my god! Jesus. If a sad deadpan like resting face when I tried to smile more, friends literally asked, you smiling? Something good happened? Yeah, that's the other problem as well, is that like, everyone that knows me outside of one person knows me for having quite a bit more of a flat and happy smiley face. Max is the only one that actually knows that I just default to being pissed off. She said that she agrees with them about how it sounded. I actually wanted to give her a compliment, honestly. That's very nice hair you've got there. Yeah, no, I gotta say, that's unfortunate as fuck to get told that as well, because you're just like, I just wanted to compliment you, and then... Alright. Never mind then, fuck all of you. But yeah, no, it's... Poland, if you're smiling, you look weird because nobody else is smiling. True, though. That is actually true. From everything y'all have told me, it is like nearly illegal to smile in Poland. Man, I love losing all of those races. Thanks, game. I know I suck. Imagine being arrested because you're smiling. Kinda fucked up, actually. Open League is the one I went to sweep. That's why I lose everything, because I'm still just shit at the game. There's no... I have like one character that's B+, if I recall correctly. Like, no way I'd go for the harder one. Make a novel out of that. And with the power of friendship, we turned over a country so people can smile again. You have to be careful, because, like, you make that sort of story nowadays, like, people are immediately gonna just start sitting there making parallels to real world. And it's gonna get really fucking disconcerting quickly. The only reason I say that with, like, such confidence that would get turned into, like, something like that is because there are so many series and shows that are doing that now. And it's like, we don't want these to be real. Recently realized I do think like the rest of the Polish people. Saw some guy shopping and thought it was weird, like someone was off about him, and kept thinking something wrong. It looks and behaves. So look at him and realize that he's just smiling and walking with Abby Spring in his step. For some reason it's unnerving me subconsciously. That's actually so fucked up, but so funny. It's like, how dare he be happy? That's kind of weird, my man. Imagine getting, like, outcast just because you're being happy. That's rough. But, you know, what is it? With the Champions one, I think it is open that I'm on. Yeah. Open League. I've done 2 races, like, lots of races in it at this stage. Pretty sure I could have done more. I know I have tickets to do more, so. But I'm not all too fussed right now. I'll let it be as it is. Oh. Alright. Get these dailies fucking done, for the love of God. I did play a little bit of Warframe last night. That was nice. Warframe is like, okay, y'all have games where, like, you want to play them, but there's, like, such a you know there's such an investment that you need to put in to play them. Because you've, like, played so much of it, so there's, like, this soft expectation that you have to playing it. And that ends up putting you off wanting to play it, even though you actually want to play it. That's me with Warframe. It's not that I'm, like, I'm still very, very capable when I play that game. I can still do all of the weird, wacky movements I need to in that game, and I can accommodate for everything I can. But, like, it's something that so throws me off every time. Think about it. Are there any countries where being happy is a normal thing? Like, you can actively see some of the people smiling? I mean, here in New Zealand, it's not too uncommon. It's not considered strange to see people smiling walking down the street. I can say that with confidence. I mean, fuck, maybe I'm not a great example on this. Like, but me and my mate will actually hop and skip down streets together. We do that still, because it's funny. But we, like, actively just don't give a shit what people think of us and have fun. Tara, absolutely love it, but whenever I do feel like I want to progress... Yeah, no, I think that's always the other problem as well, is you're just like... You want to play the game casually, but you can't play it casually. I mean, fuck, I've been wanting to play Minecraft so badly again. Because I was talking about this with one of my friends yesterday. How... Because we're talking about something kind of unrelated. But she sets up a lot of servers and stuff like that, and likes playing Minecraft and all that. She actually likes playing Terraria as well. She's invited me to play with her a few times. But we were just kind of reminiscing on, like one of the things I basically talked about is, like, I remember playing Tekkit Classic before it was Tekkit Classic. I was back when it was just Tekkit. And that was one of my biggest introductions to modded Minecraft. And I still, to this day, have a spot in my soul for Equivalent Exchange 2. And I so badly want to go back and play... well, not even go back and play with it, but just, like, go play some Minecraft where I can play with, like, the, that sort of mod. Because I know there is a modernized version of Equivalent Exchange 2 for, like, modern things that is literally the same as it kind of was back then, just updated. I fucking love that, man. I remember you mentioning that you made a factory loop that lagged the whole server. Yeah, no, that's, I did make, like... Because I love auto-crafting. I love having a system set up so I basically press those buttons and it's done. Like, it does everything for me. And I love pushing that stuff to the extreme. And I really, really want to do that some more. The problem is, I can't do it for stream again, because I tried to stream at one point, but that was before I was even VTubing. And it was already pushing my computer to its limit. So, I can't do that. until I get a PC upgrade at the very least. As well as there's like a charm to playing with other people as well. So I don't know if I really want to play solo. Even if you're not playing with other people, playing alone but on a server is really fun. Because then there's like an aspect of a soft competitive nature going on, but also like assistance is available. Because I'll openly admit this, if you give me a mod pack with other people and tell everyone you can play however you want, and there's something like Equivalent Exchange 2, or Project E I think is the modern version of it, I will actually just play that purely to get within, because I got to a point, I wouldn't probably be able to do it as easily now, but I got to a point where I could consistently have EMC automatically building within an hour of playing the game. I'd probably be able to do it in 2-3 hours still, because I'd know all of the techniques to find stuff quickly and go from there. But yeah, no, I would absolutely 100% do that. So yeah, when PC upgrade, expect Minecraft fucking gameplay, I guess. I'll probably make my own mod pack for it though, or at least find a mod pack that I can edit off of. Because that just sounds like the way I'd probably want to do it. And I'd probably find like a pack that just has so much fucking shit going on in it. When is there gonna be, isn't there supposed to be a new scenario coming out at some point? I feel like I saw something about that. Process of looking for mods for 1.7.10. Just want to feel like nostalgia. Fortunately, 2.5, etc. too old to find the mods for. It's like so much effort. Yeah, no, I kind of know that feeling. Hey, Dylan, how's it going? Heard about a new scenario too. Yeah, like, I swear I heard about one, like, a week or two ago, and I thought it, like, I heard about it because it was coming out. I don't know when, though. Who do we want to play today of these? Who do I feel like playing? Is there any of these I can enhance a little bit more? Not really. Oh, I did get a new card, by the way. This one, that it looks pretty decent. Does anyone know more on that? Because this one looks... Look, it's me going, it looks decent. I would assume it's not too bad. I got this from the... Was it the... Like, the free SSR ticket the other day I got. The Tokai run of your life? Sure, fuck it, why not? No idea about the card, by the way. That's fair. I just feel like I've seen it a lot of times, but I'm trying to remember why. Okay, let's see what it pulls off auto select. and see if I want to keep that. I mean, that's not bad. What does it pull for skills? I mean... yeah, actually, I think we take that. The duty of dignity calls is actually probably a solid one for us. Getting a hydrate in there as well is not too bad. And then stat-wise... the sparks we got some decent sparks. The late Surger frontrunner ones are a bit meh. I mean, frontrunner is actually probably good. Ironically enough, we probably almost want her to be a frontrunner, the way that Tato works. Alright, what happens if I auto-select for you? What do you look like? Fan bonus is quite nice. I think there's only one card I kinda don't agree with. Which is this one, but like it's also pretty solid. Go 3 speed, 3 stamina. I mean, do I have any good stamina ones? Not really. Stamina is a very important stat. I mean, yes, I'm not gonna disagree with that. Especially on a, she's a she a mile runner or she a, what was it again? Medium runner. Yeah, so she does need stamina. I mean, I can train up stamina during the run. She's also a front runner. She's also, sorry, she's a pace chaser, and I'm already getting hydrate natively from the sparks. So I could just rely on skill triggers. Again, like, I'm not disagreeing, it's just the problem is I don't really have great stamina cards. Like, these two are probably my best. I think this one's Pace Chaser orientated? I'm trying to remember. Weird conditions. No, it's long orientated. Oh no, that's terrible then for us, because it's double passing pro. Yeah, no, I don't really like that one on us. Non-standard distance, corner adept wouldn't be too bad, straight away adept, straight away recovery, nimble navigator, go with the flow. It's not bad skills, where's its stats at though? Initial stamina, friendship bonus, training effectiveness, race bonus. Don't get initial friendship gauge, which sucks. And bonus. Specialty priority. Yeah. I'll do that. You know what? Fuck it, we'll do this one. Unless I can find a really quick, good stamina one here. I mean, this one's not bad. It's just this is such a high-ranking PowerPoint. I'll run it as this. I'm sure I can make it work. Alright. There we go. You got lucky with SSR, mine suck. I mean, the thing is, a lot of mine suck as well. Like, I got a lot of guts ones. For both SSRs and SRs. So, it is kind of one of those things, if you see the good ones, there's a handful of good ones because I rolled at the right times, I guess. And I did get lucky. But, like, for the most part, I feel like I've not been very lucky, especially with my fucking horses. With the actual Umas, I've not been doing incredibly well. And also, the other pain is that, like, I'm at the stage where most of my silvers are fucking maxed out. I've not been hitting very many SSRs, considering how often I roll. That's the hard part as well. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I also do not roll anywhere near as often as I should be, because, like, I don't play often enough to justify getting enough of the currency to be able to roll often enough. I mean, the gold ship event is a great example. I only got, like, half of the rewards out of that one, and only got, like, 200,000 monies out of that one. When I could get, like, over 1 million. Just because I wasn't playing that much. I mainly played on stream, and that's, like, it. Kakoi! Oh, Joel liked that VHS meme that I sent, by the way, yesterday. That had me fucked up. Your cards are especially good given how much you play. I mean, I'm also probably not the right person to think. What is a VHS, old man? Fuck you, devil. Shut it. But yeah, no, that clip there is like, there's such a moment to it that like fucks you up, cause you're like, no, this is, don't tell me this is actually how they think this shit worked. Please tell me that this isn't actually like the process that they thought it, how it worked. Like, motherfuckers nowadays don't even remember the days where we had, like, a fucking radio stereo player thing, so we put our cassettes and that shit in there. And then it was, like, a big deal because there's also a CD thing on the top. Man, I'm really feeling old again. Fuck! I'm so sore, my back's sore from yesterday from doing a funny bit. I'm now getting reminded people don't know what a fucking VHS is or how they work. Are you gonna give me an error again? No, okay. Well, I guess I'm training power for whatever reason. Kids probably don't even know about BD. I actually don't know if kids even know what a cassette is. Like, straight up, I don't know if they know what a cassette is. It sound like some ancient floppy shit. Dude. Still remember playing games on floppy disks. It was great. Dude, can we just, like, all agree, though, collectively? Floppy disks were, like, super satisfying to slot into the computer. Like, they were incredibly satisfying to use. It's your job to make sure Subway Surfers gameplay, explain what those are. Oh, God. No, that's actually worse, is I'd have to do Subway Surfers in the background just to make the joke as funny as possible. Only ever use a DVD. Think about... Okay, for your reference then, Devil. Think about the times where you've had to slot a DVD into something, right? Like a CD disc. And like, it's a push it in sort of thing, and it will like absorb it in. Imagine if you did that, but it was like a sort of like a clicking thing to push it in, and it had like several moments of resistance, so it felt super satisfying. It's hard to express how nice it felt. Like, the clicks to it and everything. Use tape a few times. Tape might give you a better example. It's kind of like when you'd put the tape in and it's like, you push it to a point and then it clicks and then you push it one more little bit and then it'll click in properly and it'll automatically insert the rest. Except it didn't have the auto part, you had to slot it all the way in. I remember seeing cassettes and VHSs as a kid. like touching them but never using them. I remember having cassette players, man. I remember Walkman. TVDs are considered old tech? Oh yeah, no, basically anything that's like physical data storage is now considered old tech. Take that quickly. Like, one of the things that I was talking about yesterday with my friend when we were like talking about stuff was just how the big Apple computers, the ones that it's like the screen is the computer, and it looks kind of like a big cone sort of thing, those big things, there are museums considered retro technology, and I'm like, motherfucker, I remember using that at school. Don't call that shit retro. I remember breaking many of the DVD insert things on those because, like, you'd flick them. And they were really satisfying to flick out and then flick back up. And we got in a lot of fucking trouble at school because all of us would keep doing that and would break the fucking disk drives. But yeah, no, now it's considered, like, historical technology and is put into museums, and I'm like, you motherfucker, don't do that to me. At that point in time, put me in the fucking museum. I don't think other, like, things, because, like, for the most part, I learned on computers that were, like, the computer is the screen, or, like, those really shitty HP, like, all-in-ones, where it was, like, everything just is a thing. It's, like, integrated graphics, everything like that, which was the common thing for a very long time. Next time I'm gonna find myself a museum. At what point do we rename retiring homes to museums? You know how fucked up that was? I don't know if you heard me saying it. I was about to call it musume. The horse girls are invading my brain again. You belong in a museum. I've actually recently been in a museum that had apartments from different eras to show how people lived back then. 2010 was one of those eras? Sweeb, no! Anytime I've gone to those places, they have places from, like, the 80s and the 60s. Don't fucking tell me they're from the 2010s. Ah! Fuck me! You can't call! That's 15 years ago! It's not historic yet! No! No! You can't say that! That actually fucks me up so much! 2010 was 15 years ago. Fuck yeah! I listen to you, old relics speak, and I think to myself, a strong gust of wind will stir their ancient bodies into the air, like they're made to decay. Well, we proved yesterday, while I am a little sturdier than that, I'm not doing much better because I fucking fall over like a goddamn twig when I'm pushed to a limit. I also scream in agonizing pain when I'm bending my back. Big historical event in the 90s, so that's part of the reason. I guess, yeah. Yeah. But like 2010 being in a museum fucks me up. Oh, man. That's... like, okay, so I want to stress, by the way, New Zealand, so the country I'm from, New Zealand has a very, a very short history. Because most of the core written history is from when, colonization occurred. Now, that isn't that long ago. That's a little over 100 years? Like 150 years, I think? That's, so thinking on it like that, that's, in a sense, my current country has only about 150 years worth of history. Now, that's not to say there wasn't history before that. There was the, indigenous population of the Maori at the time, and then there were also populations before them. But it is important to acknowledge the fact that, like, they didn't have a written history, they had a mostly spoken history, or a very architectural history, and a lot of that got lost. So, we only have, like, solid foundations from that stage onwards. And even then, it's still rough and all that. But to, like, that's why going to another country has been so fascinating to me, because like when I went to Japan and went to a museum there that was just specifically regional museum stuff, the difference in basically going back almost like thousands of years in its actual cultural history was so awesome. But yeah, so we have a very short history cycle for us. Because it was like a bit before the 19th century? Yeah. Either based on very ancient or very recent or very old history. I'm trying to think what museums I enjoy the most. I enjoy cultural museums. Museums that indicate, like, show life and culture. That's the stuff I think I like the most. Yeah. Yeah, no. I think that's the stuff I like, because it's just... I think I learn more than just talking about historical events. Do we call you Malith the Ancient Man? That's when I finally hit, like, my 40s or something. It's when I hit the next decade. Oh, decade age bracket, as you can call me that. Played games on floppy disks. So, hey! Hayaku, Hayaku! Shut it! That one. Are you a wizard? I mean, like, isn't wizard the male equivalent of hag? Because yes. I can't enjoy museums focusing on historical events unless I know about said event. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, some of the ones I don't like, and we have one of those not too far from here, is like there's a car museum, right? And I'm just like, it's really cool to see some of the old cars, but like, it's such an area I'm not attached to. Some technology museums I like going to, astronomical museums I kind of can enjoy from time to time, but like, war museums I only enjoy going to very occasionally. We do have one of those, not too far away, in Waiouru, sorry. But yeah, I think cultural's normally what I move towards the most. The year 1415, King Henry V won a battle in which most of his army was not wearing pants because they had dysentery. They're constantly shitting themselves. Can you tell us more about this battle since you're there personally? I can tell you it was a shit time. But yeah, no, I would definitely say cultural's like my thing I like the most. Like, we also have a lot of nature reserves and parks here, so we get like a lot of nature. They're not museums, but they're museums, right? You know what I mean? When it comes to like animal museum, it's not a zoo. Again, it's a reserve, so you don't have a guarantee in seeing the animals. But we have like a bird reserve, for example, I went to. Where it's this massive bunch of acres section of, like, a bush that was cordoned off for this specifically. And they cannot do construction near it. It's protected. And that one's cool. But, like, it's not something I'd go to highly frequently. Or even more generally, museums based on engines. I couldn't appreciate space museums, for example. Yeah. I mean, like, that's that thing, is like, we don't really have space-related museums. We have astronomic, sort of like, okay, I know what I'm saying. You need to understand what I'm saying better. Let's see if I can explain it better. I like, it's because we have museums based around the, astronomical study. We don't have, like, actual going to space sort of museums. We have museums about looking at the stuff from space. Very much, observatory sort of stuff. That stuff I fucking love. I would probably like to go to an actual museum that has, like, space stuff in it, though. At some point, that'd be kind of cool. Historical battles and wars throughout history, yeah. Evolved from those times instead of constantly shitting himself. How he achieves the opposite by eating pizza? Exactly! So what do you think my bowels can't handle so many of these modern day foods? Science-based museums are cool. Yeah, no, science-based museums, they're really cool ones. And I enjoy when they've actually got interactive things. It's about the race, I wouldn't enjoy it, but if it's about astronomy-based, yeah. Like, the actual, like, research thing, not the event stuff. Like, you have a couple of things that's cool, but, like, other than that, I don't really care. I want to know, how was it stuff during that time? How did it work? That's what I'm more intrigued about, rather than, hey, here was this awesome event and here's some cool things from it. Right? Like, when it comes to the World Wars, you want to know how come I know as much about the World Wars? It's not because I like the World Wars, it's because I like technological development and I researched a shitload of that for so long. And it ended up being that I learned a lot about the world wars via that because there's so much technological advancement during wartime. Now, admittedly, I've lost a lot of that information over the years because I haven't kept studying it. But like that was one of the big things I had going for me for a long time. It's fascinating to see what like things are done given certain context. Technological advancement, why are we doing that more? God, yeah, no, that's that same argument as like war economy argument. And little fun fact in case people are actually gonna ask about that. Real talk, an economy tends to rocket up temporarily because the job market becomes fully available. Because you've lost a lot of your workers because a lot of them have gone off to war. You lose a lot of people, and then after about like half a year to a year, your economy dips because now you're spending a shitload of money on war effort and no longer able to put it back into the economy the same way. So the jobs are all better, the economy gets worse. And then if the war doesn't end, like every additional like half year after that point, your economy gets worse and worse and worse till a point where once the war is finally over, you will go into a recession. And it doesn't look like it, but you do. And that's happened almost every fucking time. However, also in saying that there are ways to profit out of a war. Because yes, there is war profiteering, which is a war crime, can I just add that? Before someone goes, that's a worthwhile endeavor. It's actually criminal, and it's fucked up as hell. Which is actually, ironically enough, the plot of goddamn Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, if everyone remembers. Is it's literally, Senator Armstrong wants to war profiteer so he can become president. I still love that fucking game. It's such a dumb story. And with that, we'll see you next week on the episode of Economy and War Crimes with Mallet. You have no idea how much weird information I have for some of that stuff. Like, again, I did economics for a long time, I've done geopolitics a lot, and I've done global politics a lot. In fact, at least 10% of my first degree I did was politics. And economics related. Which isn't a lot of papers, I think it was like 2 or 3. Yeah, he's like, oh, no, it might be 3 or 4. Which puts it a bit higher. Point is, I did do a little bit of it in there. It's criminal unless your country acts like it's supporting the good guys and your taxes go there, so your country's industry investing in war grows and you'll invest. Yeah, I mean, that's that whole argument as well, is it's like... It was done a lot back when, with wars. It's still kind of done, in some regards, a lot more subtly though, because people have realized, hey, that's actually really fucked up. Yeah. No, it's just... Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, the more you sit there and think about it, the more you're like, nah, this is actually just, yeah, there's a reason why some of these things are actually considered crimes. Huh. Now I feel like playing RimWorld again. God damn it. I need to actually play RimWorld properly sometime, instead of, like, playing it for, like, 30 minutes and then never, like, finishing a game of it. Oh, no, I have played it for, like, 3 hours one time, and then I did that in one afternoon and then left it alone again. I guess it's better not to talk about this topic here, but it's happening a lot right now. Yeah, I'm not going to get too deep because I like to try and avoid too much of a clear political discussion, but it does happen. It's just, and like I said, it's typically done more subtly nowadays, and that's not a good thing. One of the things I remember about 10 years ago that got brought up was, a lot of banks in New Zealand were investing in military armament stuff that was being developed in Australia that was getting sold to a lot of other countries, and a lot of people got very upset by that, as an example. It's just a very depressing subject as well. It's just part of the reason why I tend to avoid politics in general, because it's like, it's both polarizing and depressing, right? But it's also hard to avoid, like, actual, country politic discussions from time to time. That's why, even while doing it, I try and take a very objective stance, and I don't tend to like to name out countries in particular for doing specific actions. That's why even what I said just then, while I mentioned Australia and New Zealand, technically it wasn't Australia or New Zealand were the problem there, it was just stuff being done within those countries. But immediately someone's gonna go, that's you saying negative to this country or that country, and it's like, I just can't be arsed, eh? Alright, let's just pick this up because we're gonna want to pick it up anyway. We could get an inspiration, and I think they'll give us more hints off, but I don't know if I can be asked waiting. Just get it now. Fuck it. Get enough of that shit everywhere else. Yeah, exactly. That's the other reason why because, again, fun fact, much earlier on, I actually did talk a lot more politics on streams, like in my first 2 years. And it just kind of got to this point where I sat there and I really looked at myself and I'm like, does it actually do anything? Is that actually worth saying and talking about? Like, we already get bombarded with it enough. Wait, is Minecraft? Yeah. Recommend you play Sky Odyssey on Feed the Beast. What's Sky Odyssey? I feel like I might know that one. To be fair, I used to play a lot of Feed the Beast after Tekkit Classic kind of got eh. Let's see, what's that one? Is that Skyblock orientated? Ooh, is it Skyblock with fucking Project E? Ooh. Botanic bonsai, if you guys, if you money. Ooh. Oh, now that is tempting. Oh, that actually looks really... Yeah, one built around Project E, everything you make is around Project E. That that actually sounds really fun. Oh, that actually sounds right up my alley. I miss Skyblocks. That sounds like a great way of doing it. Especially with how Skyblocks and modded are now. They've gotten so good. You get first 5 minutes in the game, you get the transmutation tablet. I would assume, yeah, you'd probably get it really early. Because the thing is, a lot of people, like, one of the best parts I can actually say this very confidently with Project E and just Equivalent Exchange 2, the transmutation tablet isn't overpowered. It is really potent, but it is not overpowered. So giving it to you really early on, that makes sense. Don't get me wrong, it leads to really broken stuff eventually, but I mean, like, I can't remember, is it base Project E or is it the plugins that mean that, like, stuff becomes way, way, way more insane? Like, there's the little baby power flowers, I think that's part of a fucking expansion to it. The one block power flowers. Then there's also the EMC being treated as a global stat to the player. I fucking loved that. Both Project E and Project EX. Yeah, I think it's EX is the plugin that I'm thinking of, right? Where it's like, it adds those power flowers, it adds a lot of those, like, potent effects, where it's like, again, EMC gets generated to the person. So no matter which, transmutation device you interact with, you can pull your EMC out of it. Because that was one of the things, if I recall correctly, is that how originally EMC worked is per transmutation interface. It was there. E3. Yeah, so E3, when I saw that initially, I was a little disappointed, but that was just because it was so early on in its development cycle. I don't know what it's like now. Like, how much has changed with it? Because early on, it was really, really flimsy, and it was super buggy. One of the most broken things you could do was set up the transmutation thing for it, and it was just the old lava bucket, where, like, you'd have Tinker's Construct and buckets. And lava bucket and bucket were attributed to, I think, a 1 EMC difference? Or not even that. I think they may have been equal in EMC. So what you would do is you would fill up your smeltery with lava. You'd fill it up with lava buckets, you'd smelt the buckets down into iron to redo that, and you'd basically be able to cycle infinitely for that. There was also something else about it that meant that I think you could duplicate something along the way. And I think I managed to make it so I could make infinite, the EMC equivalent in E3. I don't think it was called EMC at that point. I think it was called something else. But, like, again, I'm talking E3, I think it was a month or two after it got released to the public. was what I played. But yeah, no, I definitely want to keep that Sky Odyssey pack in mind because I love me my E2. Nothing about E2 or E3. Only which version I saw was E1. A Let's Play for Beta 1.0 or something. That's fair. Like, Equivalent Exchange 2, like, I cannot stress enough, I got to the point where I started trying to learn how to speedrun it faster and faster. That's why I say, like, I could, with Equivalent Exchange 2, within an hour have set up a thing that's basically, it's the chest, the relay, and the, collector. I'd have that set up, and then I'd be able to go, cool, I can now just perpetually make infinite of what I want. So I would start with diamonds, you'd get a few diamonds going, you'd make a couple more relays, you'd expand upon the flower, then you'd make your first power flower base out of the tier 1 tech, and I could probably do that, get to tier 2 or tier 3 within a day. And that's without playing the game. If I was actually actively playing, in an afternoon, I could be tier 3. Because I would just get to the point where I'm like, I am no longer using resources for resources purposes. I get one copy of everything, like put through the transmutation table. Once that's done, all of everything goes into the chest to make more diamonds. Because that's the fastest way to do it. Because once you get that, then you get more relays, then you get more relays going, then you get to dark matter. Once you get to dark matter, you start fucking expediting the process insanely fast. And then once you get high enough with that, you go to red matter, and then you're at tier 3, and you're insane. Man, I'm really wanting to fucking play this now. Oh, God. The question is, do I play it in my free time, which I barely have any, but I would forcefully, like, play for a couple of days? Or do I hold out and play it when I finally have a PC upgrade, which is gonna possibly not even be this year? Huh. The pain. The pain of I cannot stress, this is how every day feels with, like, the streaming side of things, is like, can I justify playing this game off stream? When at the moment, I'm either recovering from illness or practicing singing. Nothing changed in Project E. So personally, instead of making collectors, relays in the chest, I make the table, mine diamonds for an hour, and trade with villagers for emeralds. Yeah. No, the Wandering Trader and, like, there's... No, you wanna know what broke the game completely, with Project E? Do you guys play with those, little traders that are, like, based on which dimension you're in? And there's, like, the one that's underground, it's like you trade half was it, like, half a stack of, cobblestone for an emerald? Is one of its trades? That fucking breaks Project E completely. Because anytime you see one of those fuckers, you immediately just max out on emeralds. get an emerald for 16.6 from the Fletcher. Yeah, like, it's stuff like that that make it insane. But just imagine being able to get, like, about 2 or so stacks of emeralds from just cobblestone. And, like, these guys spawn, like, once a day. In-game. Like, that... that mod is not intended for that to occur. It actually got, like, it's just so much EMC you get out of that effect. Like, it's probably one of the more imbalanced things you can do, especially now that Project E, I believe, detects other mods and detects whether or not there's kind of like a macerator effect. So things like blaze rods are balanced around that, if I remember correctly. Blaze rod to blaze dust ratio. So you can't do the old macerator blaze rod to get an excess amount to EMC infinite cycle. It's like 5 years old and they did not optimize or enchant anything on it. I don't even have any XP farms there. Only farm I have is old garden farm. So for vanilla Minecraft, my oldest world, and I haven't touched it, would be like close to 15 years old, I want to say. Wouldn't have much problem streaming it. So this is where I can stress, I've tested mod pack, like, again, I've streamed one mod pack before. I made that shit fairly intensive, and it would bust the computer. Based on the games I play now, nah. I would not be able to get away with streaming it easily. But yeah, if we're talking like kind of active modded, the last one would have been probably actually when I streamed the series, when I played hardcore Minecraft. Which I played hardcore Minecraft with Ice and Fire, which, my god, don't ever do hardcore Ice and Fire. It did have Project E in there, it did have Draconic Evolution, it did have a bunch of other things. No, like, serious though, never do hardcore Ice and Fire, the balance on it's fucked. The damage scaling skew of it all is actually cursed. The furthest I got in vanilla is beating the dragon 2 hours with no armor and just beds. Speed running, that was the most I played vanilla ever. I played a shitload of vanilla back when, because I played a lot on Xbox 360. Don't ask why. I just did. I had the game on 360 and I enjoyed it. It was my friends that convinced me to play on PC, and that's when I played Tekkit. Like, I played it on PC for a bit, back when it was, like, basically a browser game. Then I played it on Xbox 360, then I played it on PC, around Tekkit. And it basically cursed me to always want to play with mods from that point onwards. I mean, I could always do a test stream, I guess, with the Sky Odyssey. We could do a stream at some point where we go like, hey, we might play it, and see how it goes. Outside of, like, normal schedule time. Do it for, like, half an hour, see how it plays, and go from there. Or I could just do it at the end of a stream. To acknowledge if it will work or not. Because, Feed the Beast is done via Curse Forge now, right? I wouldn't mind trying to give it a shot, but I'm also very willing to acknowledge it's not likely to be a pleasant experience. Like, once it starts getting going, it's gonna probably just dumpster dive. Based on my experience with how mod packs work with that. They do have their own launcher? I knew they did, because they had their original launcher. Did they go back to having it? Because I think they, discontinued it, did they? Didn't they? Or am I misunderstanding what they did? Because I know they moved to Curse Forge. At one stage. And they said, like, we're not going to be doing our own client anymore. Interesting. Legacy is still downloadable. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, but it's kind of surprising that it's all maintained, at least. Master Trainer. So, real talk, why do all of the Umas want to fuck their trainer? Or worse. Don't really know what happened with them. They moved or whatever. I just know it's new. Okay. They down bad, obviously, yeah. That's why that one, aren't you down bad for the trainer? I mean, I don't know what the trainer looks like. I can't be down bad for someone I don't even know what they look like. It has, like, the most flaky personality in the universe. It's almost like there's a problem with self-insert characters sometimes. Who would have thunk? Look, I'm down bad for the Honkai-style rail raccoons. He isn't into self-cess. Oh, I didn't say that. If we're talking about actual self-cess, you would not be able to stop me. It's super strength, but you're a regular human, survive a dropkick from Gold Ship and a few different attacks from other girls. How are we actually alive? By the grace of God. The God of this universe decrees that we must suffer eternally. He said it? Yeah, no, I mean, you want me to say that I wouldn't fuck myself? Real talk moment. Look, okay, I cannot be convinced that people would not try. Don't get me wrong, I'm confident if there was a copy of me in front of me, they're exactly like me, I would want to both kill and fuck. That's how it would be. And the best part is, like, we would never be able to decide who would do what first. Because, like, the other, it's like, no, you first. No, you first. Fuck you, I'll go first then. Nah, if you're gonna be like that, I'll go first. And you can't even say, oh, roll a dice or, like, flip a coin, because we'll fucking cheat. I know how to rig dice. You think I wouldn't do it to myself? It's like, haha, fuck you, I rigged the dice. I can rig them too! Fuck. I'd ask myself to try and fight for sure, but then I might be like, hey bro, you wanna kiss or something? Like, I just... If I had to copy myself, I'd be too disgusted by myself to fuck it. I mean, but there's a part of your brain that's like, but what if? I'm punishing myself more than once, but never arrived to your level. Disappointed in myself right now. Nah. Oh, like, I'll say this right now, by the way. There is no way that that's not going to be, like, hardcore as well. Like, there will be choking and stuff like that going on. If it's a gender bent version? Oh yeah, if it's a gender bent version, it's even worse. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I don't find myself all that attractive, all things considered, but like, I'd still do it. If it was a female version, there's an even better chance. Because it's like, then you look enough different from me, potentially. I mean, to be fair, and this is the one thing a lot of people misunderstand, it's okay to actually feel disgusted looking at yourself. Because you're not your own type. That's fine. I just have really low standards. You're gonna draw that next? God damn it. That's tempting. Draw my OC, gender bent, and, like the normal version, the gender bent version, making the fuck out. Hell yeah. I am all of me. God damn it. Nah, like, you wanna know why, though, I'm so confident that I would have sex even with my male self? Is, one, first of all, I am bi, so I have no problems. But, like, I would... You know when you've got, like, those things in your head that you're like, I like this, but I could never say this to people? Or, like, those little actions and things that you're like, the swoopity sort of thing, that, like, oh, you love it, but no one will do that. Or they won't do it right. That motherfucker gonna do it right. That's why I can trust him. Notice me can 100% say with no hesitation my standards are random. One time I say they look good and then they show me someone similar and I'd say nah. Yeah, it'd be like that. To be fair, I'm also probably not the right person to ever tell you whether or not, like, someone's truly attractive or not, because, like, I can kind of tell, and I can definitely find some level of physical attraction to people based on appearance, I'm also just, like, definitely not a romantic individual anymore. When you've been burned enough, you've been burned enough. Be stick to punch myself as soon as I see him. I didn't say I wasn't gonna do that either. What? Look, I'm very, very confident that there will be a fight, there will be sex, and then there will be fighting sex. No standards of tentacles. Alright, well, I mean... I ain't wrong, but like... I definitely didn't look at that new Zenless Zone character that's being announced and just kind of had a moment of going, hi. How you doing? Have y'all seen that new character for Zenless Zone? You haven't seen them? Oh my god, nah. Okay. When we get through the scenes, I'll pull them up because holy shit. I looked at them and I'm like, yeah, nah, I even want to do art about this character. The problem is that should answer so much about that situation. Cause what kind of art do I do? Alright, let's see if we can find her real quickly. Zenless Zone 0. Let's see. I want to see if I can find her name first. So I can actually find her properly. Because there's the mech girl, which is what everyone thinks of. No, I'm thinking of someone newer than that. You do a lot of things that say a lot about you? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yidhari. On October 15th, she releases. Okay, so Yidhari. Zenless Zone 0. Y'all ready for this? Let's look at images and see how well this goes. So she's one of the, like, I think it's Therians or something like that. So they've got, like, tails and stuff. The thing is, her tails are fucking tentacles. I'm not kidding. Let's see if we could find the video. Like, the image they have for her main, like, animation thing fucks me up, because it's like, oh. Yeah, this. Screecher, yeah, that's also a meme that I've seen a few times. It's, yo, Screecher.
I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Idhari, call my name when you need me.
So, it's Idhari, sorry, is how it's pronounced. See if I can get the shot. There you go. So that's her. And, like, all of this, by the way, that you just seen, this is official thing. So that zoom in on her fucking thigh, that's something they did. I'm sorry, you can't have a character like this release and not be like a, huh. So there you go. That's the new character, like, fucking coming in October for Zenless, that I'm just like, yes. Yes. Look, I know what I like, alright? They knew. They asked their horniest employee for ideas. Literally, how it feels is Zenless Zone Zero's least horny co-workers are the ones that are, like, still fucking worse than anything else. Like, I feel like their entire team is being made up of, like, some incredibly degenerate people, and they keep producing such great stuff. Plausible deniability as we zoomed in on her tail tentacle, you dirty-minded freak. Now pay money for the sexy lady. Exactly. Look, you can't say that when... Have y'all seen the Mech Girls trailer? I'm sure all of you have seen the, like, Mech Girls trailer, right?
Yeah.
And, like, her attack animations and stuff like that. Like, I think her ult is literally, it follows her foot and her doing, like, a bunch of effects with her toes and flicking a bunch of levers. No, show us? Oh, for God's sake. Zero Mech Girl. I don't know her name. Seed. That's it, I think. Yeah, Seed. See if I can find just that clip. Looks like this is all actual proper explanation stuff. You can't just name her Seed. That's where you're wrong. Alright, give me a sec, I'll get this all set up properly. Don't forget they do poses for all of the scenes. Jesus Christ, I forget how much there's going on. So already this looks cool as shit, right? Surely it's gonna show that, there it is. Like, there's such a focus on her feet in that animation, and it's so... The problem is I've seen it slowed down so many times because of people talking about it. Going like, yo, look at these toe movements. And I'm like, okay, they're impressive toe movements, but can we stop appreciating it for a minute? But yeah, like, this is actually a cool as shit character. I can say that. Like, they've done so much with her. It's really cool. Like, what was there's another animation from something else that, like, gets memed about a lot. Is it from the record? The police rat woman? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember her well. Yeah, so this is their advertisement for that character.
Our meeting is like a wrench finding some engine oil.
One of the first things they show is their fucking feet. God fucking damn it. Oh wait, I need to actually bring that back over here because that's the one that has my stream tabs open on it. Or your webpage, get here. So about being down bad. Yeah, like, that entire fucking development team seems down bad. I fucking love it, but like, God, I really enjoyed the gameplay. It's just, I can't keep playing games like that. It takes up too much of my time. But God, the gameplay loop for Zenless Zone Zero is actually so much fun. I would love to go back to that game if I had the time to commit to it. But I said to myself back when I played it, I'd give myself 2 weeks of playing it to do research on it when it released. Because I wanted to see how it did all its functions and systems, and then I would move on. You're close to losing a viewer for today. How dare. How dare you go off and enjoy yourself without us? I mean, what? You watching porn by yourself? No! I'm with the science team! It's the first thing I can think of, that joke. But yeah, it's really funny because, like, the amount of memes made about how Zenless Zone Zero is a Guna game, right? I'm like, yeah, but it's successful. Why is it successful? Is it purely because the sexy characters sell? Not fully, but it definitely helps. The gameplay loop's actually quite fun. And they keep improving upon it. They keep drastically doing upgrades to it. It's kind of the same argument with Star Rail, right? Star Rail has some very, very pretty characters in it. But it actually does work quite hard at improving and doing just general improvements to its gameplay loop. I mean, one of the biggest compliments Star Rail got on release was the fact that it actually had an end game in comparison to, like, Genshin, which still doesn't have a good end game. I can't speak from experience on that one, but it was a very much a resounding opinion based on my experience with that game. I find that really fascinating. Again, I openly admit I love Star Rail because I can play it in the morning and I can have it run on autopilot. The only thing keeping me away from ZZZ, besides procrastination, is the combat reminds me of Honkai Impact. I mean, yeah. It's Honkai Impact, but modernized. It's completely cleaned up. It's significantly cleaner. Significantly cleaner than Honkai Impact. And it can be a hell of a dopamine trip. Because it's got so much going on when it's done well. Because you've got the swapping between the characters, you've got like so many actions you can potentially take, and if you set up your team correctly, it can just be so much fun. Nah. Now, I know people might not appreciate me saying that it feels better than what Honkai Impact's combat was, but I am talking about, like, I'm comparing it to a much older version of Honkai Impact 3rd, because, like, it was years ago I played that. And I mainly played it off BlueStack as well, which probably didn't help. I don't really like that combat system overall. That's fair. I mean, You kind of saw there with the animations of the seed, like what the combat actually looks like, and that's what it is. It's that, but you swap between three, like you've got 3 characters and the little drone dude. And you swap between all of them. The difference is that you can kind of have antagon events. That's one of the coolest parts of it, is that you'll do your, like, combo and ultimate sort of effects, then you can tag in another character, swap to them, deal more damage with them, do another swap if you do it correctly, and you can chain swaps up to, like, I personally was getting 5-ish swaps occasionally. I know you can do more than that, though, if you have your team built up, like, really meta and everything. And it's amazing because they do a great job, the sound design and the animations for it, that again, it feels like a huge dopamine hit. However, that was one of the issues I kind of had with the game as well, is that the game was so much of a constant dopamine hit, I got so exhausted from it. And that's just a personal thing. Like, some people will be able to handle it a lot better, but I'm also concerned by it a little bit. You always have to be careful with high dopamine intensity games, because if you do too much dopamine spike, then it becomes a thing that either the game becomes boring eventually and they have to keep pushing it and it becomes harder for newer players to come in, or you just tend to ruin players' receptors. I'm sure they've got a team that works specifically on that, so they never go over a specific margin. And they make an insane amount of work with that. Because that's, like, a thing a lot of people underestimate. Makes me think of the M1 Garand dopamine loop meme. Yeah, I mean, true. But it's like, that's one of those things a lot of people, misunderstand with a lot of these larger scale companies. They have entire departments dedicated to, like, psychology and everything to see how fine of a line that they can run with, hey, this is enough to push you to a dopamine level, to overdose on it occasionally enough that it won't burn you out of the game the vast majority of the time. I mean, like, Zenless Zone's probably a great example of the fact that they probably have a whole team dedicated to, like, how illicit can our characters get before they actually are, like, illicit content. Like, how close to that line can we push it? To let me overdose on dopamine, happy. We lost Devil. Anyways. Our dear Devil be happy. We can't have that. But yeah, it's always a fascinating thing. There is a whole ethical concern with that, though. I'll personally say it's an ethical concern I have. Is like, it feels really, really questionable to have a team of people dedicated to how close can we ride the line of unacceptable stuff. But at that same time, it's ethically good because it means that they have people to go, hey, you're going too far. So, you see what I mean? But like, it's a toss-up thing. They want to make money. They're gonna make money the best way that they can consider it, and they do it really well. It's funny because we don't actually see these teams as effective in the West, in my experience, or at all. Which is why I think a lot of the time, we do see Western companies fuck up with that stuff. Don't question and don't, morality. This makes profits, not go big, and we need that bit profit. Yeah. But that's what I think, like, the West needs to maybe do a little bit. A C game that just pushes dopamine over the limits. You'll probably actually find that in indie games more likely, because they don't have a team telling them, hey, maybe you're going too far with the dopamine. Like, I'm trying to remember, there's a couple of games I remember playing with friends that, like, definitely pushed the dopamine market a little too much and did some nasty, nasty damage. I mean, fuck, I could make an argument, and I don't like the term, but it is accurate, the friend slop games, they kind of can come into that category occasionally. One of the best examples for it was, Lethal Company. I did a stream with Lethal Company with mods with a bunch of people. And that game actually, I had to take a massive break for that day because my heart got pushed a little too hard. Because I was having so much fun with my friends. Stop adding dopamine supplements to your games, devs. Yeah. It's a difficult one because I think I noticed it the most when Vampire Survivors kind of came out, is that at that stage in time, games started realizing you can add non-dopamine, like make a non-dopamine gameplay loop, but add enough extra stuff around it to give dopamine to make a game still a dopamine game. Because, fun fact, I've talked about this before, but Vampire Survivors was designed by a game developer that had made casino games. And he wanted to prove he could actually make, like, normal games. And he ends up making one of the most, like, gambling-like normal games out there. And it set such a tone and pace to, like, that kind of scheme of games that now it perpetually informs how a lot of people make those style of games. I even follow that problem of, like, I follow that quite intensely. And it's quite fascinating when you think on it like that. Imagine I'm having an in-game dopamine slider in the settings. Just boosts up like what the UI does and like the damage noises and everything. The sound effects. It's like you kill one person and it plays the fucking, like, meme noises and shit. When the slider's all the way up. But yeah, no, going back to Zenless Zone for a moment, I think it's a phenomenal game to at least see how it plays and get a feel for the game. That's why I say, like, I played it for 2 weeks. I would have liked to have played it more, but again, I did 2 weeks as a way of telling myself I can't justify playing it day in, day out. I've said very adamantly on stream a lot, I have been very much burnt out in my life with games that you play them like a job, you don't play the game. World of Warcraft, Warframe, a lot of those games felt like second jobs more than actual games by this certain stage, and I just can't do that. I can't play games daily anymore like that. Go brr, brain happy. Play a game and brain goes sad because no brain funny juice any side. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the issue that gaming has, and like, I know this is wild thing, but it is a truth sentiment, and I understand how this might frame me, but gaming actually has done quite a lot of damage to a lot of people because it has such a high dopamine level of, like, events that it actually makes it harder for people to have dopamine naturally, which means that people get addicted to gaming a bit easier. That's why the reason why I stopped playing gacha and started to ignore daily login mechanics. Yeah, daily login mechanics are some of the most, like, toxic in my eyes to some regards. Like, the best games are the games that I can pick up once or twice a week and play them, and then that's it. The problem is, I played a lot of card games for a long time as well. And card games, naturally, if you want to kind of keep up with the meta, you need to be able to get packs from the new expansions. And if you can't, and to get packs from the new expansions, you need to basically be playing every day, like day or second day. Which is why I haven't played Hearthstone and have it uninstalled for quite a while now. And it's why I reinstalled Magic at the moment, and I've played it a little bit, but I'm probably going to uninstall it again. Because I can't be asked playing those games seriously anymore. Because I don't have much time to play games outside of stream. So, like, why the fuck would I sit there and suffer through that shit? Especially when some of those metas get so incredibly toxic and unpleasant. Especially Hearthstone. Hearthstone's gotten just worse and worse, I swear. And, like, I'd love to play Legends of Runeterra, for example, but, like, again, to play Legends of Runeterra, I would be playing probably the Path of Champions, and Path of Champions is one of the most horrendously grindy experiences, in my opinion. I know they improved it recently, but, like, it's been bad for so fucking long. Makes it really hard to want to play it. And then because they've kind of given up on the multiplayer side of it, it just kind of makes it a little hard to want to justify playing the game. Like, there's so many cool things in it, but, like, to get to the cool things, you either have to pay quite a bit of money, or you have to grind for, like, months. And I wish I was kind of exaggerating with that as well. Like, that game used to be very good for its free-to-play friendly mechanics, and again, there's an argument to be made that's why the game was not successful in the end. Is like, it was too free-to-play friendly, and because it was too free-to-play friendly, the game couldn't keep up, and it couldn't make enough money. Happens. Like, if you think it's an exaggeration, 100%, one of the things that I remember back when I played it, like, fairly actively, for its, like, first 2 or 3 expansions, when they released, I had every single card in the expansion on day 1. Because I had so much built up resources and extra things and everything. And God, that was fun. I loved that. Because it meant that immediately I could get into the game and I could play and I could do stuff. And I did put money into that game. I bought the battle passes, I would buy a couple of cosmetics from time to time. I probably put in like $100 or $200 into that game, quite easily. Probably a bit more than that. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, no, I just kind of didn't get enough consistent work on it, I guess. And didn't get, like, the money that they wanted out of it. Gonna go to sleep now. Catch you later, devil. Have a good sleep. But it is what it is. Oh, I did see one thing that was really interesting. That I'll comment on this very lightly because of the complexity around all that situation. But there was a game, and I'm trying to remember what game it is, that recently has been noticing its server rates declining. It was a somewhat popular game, but it's just multiplayer hasn't been doing great. Like, it's some of its servers are shutting down. And what they've done is they've made an effort to develop it into being a peer-to-peer orientated one. Instead of a server-based one, and an attempt to accommodate for something, for that kind of like Stop Killing Games initiative. And that's cool, because that can help set a standard that would be nice and positive. Like, I've said it again, said before, I've got nothing wrong with the idea of what it's kind of like, that concept. I just have an issue with some of the bad actors on both ends of the argument. That's why I used that short the other day that I posted, like the other week, I should say, in Discord to kind of be my, like, explanation from someone that I think is a little bit more cool-headed when it comes to that discussion. It's from someone that also clearly does, like, very politically, like, maneuvers very carefully with what he says. Because it's one of those times where you can read in between the lines and it's very clear that he's not disagreeing with someone like Thor as well. The problem is Thor... Okay. Not to get into this discussion too deeply, because it always gets toxic. The problem with Thor is he did a terrible job at explaining his perspective. One of the things I'll say, and this is the thing that I actually refrain from talking about too much is a lot of people make an argument that he misrepresents the initiative. What he's doing, and he's failing to convey, is that is how he expects that initiative to end up. Because that's typically how that kind of initiative does end up. Best of intentions don't always result in the best of results. Right? That is his statement and his fear. And how it could potentially do more damage to the grander whole of things. Not saying that is going to happen, just it's something I agree with, is that, like, it could very easily happen. Is there any of these that I want? Not really. I kind of want to wait till Hydrate turns up. But yeah, I hope from that, it's a bit clearer that, like, I am getting a bit more positive in my phrasing around that initiative. I'm just also getting, again, this is that thing of, given enough time, someone can formulate their opinion and convey it better and better, right? I've listened to a lot more people talk on the subject. I've listened to experts that I actually agree with or disagree with, and listened to that and reviewed to myself, why do I disagree with it? It's how to formulate an opinion. You're advancing, exactly. I'm evolving. What? Malith is evolving. Dun 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 dun. Wow, your Malith has evolved into slightly less of an asshole. The best opinions take time. Yeah, time and research. And that's why, like, I speak to some of the stuff with the confidence that I do. Not gonna say I know what I'm talking about, 100%. I'm just gonna say that, like, this is what I've come to as a conclusion. And that's why, like, I'm using that guy's short as my opinion to inform from, because, again, he more positively you're developing. Yeah, exactly. But it means that I can hide behind the fact that he does phrase it significantly more positively than I will. It's also the unfortunate thing that, like, I feel like a lot of people kind of can agree with the experience that, like, they might come across a discussion topic and like have such negative feelings irregardless of if they agree or not with it, because of an individual that they interacted with around it. Again, it's, recommending a TV show is probably one of the best examples I can give of this. If someone overly recommends a TV show to you, regardless of if you would enjoy it or not, if it gets recommended too much, you're not going to want to watch it. And by the time you might get forced to watch it, you'll still not enjoy it, even if you would have normally. It's that sort of thing, right? Like, there's a negative perception that starts filtering over the top of it, regardless of the rest of it. And there's also that worse element of, like, even if you did like it, what happens when you do actually like it, and then you have to deal with that smug-ass asshole that's been sitting there going, I knew you'd like it, I knew you'd like it, I knew you'd like it. And you're like, I actually just want to punch you in the face. Right? I know that was, like, a very extreme sense of arguments, but, like, we've all come across those people. That's what I mean with some of these arguments, and this is that difficulty with these topics, is that it's not even the actual argument I dislike, it's the people making the argument.
余裕余裕。次も一着頼むね。
There's also one thing that I talked about with Max when he came on the weekend that I find really fascinating, which is like the failure for so many people to understand context of when you should talk about certain subjects like this. Like, okay, so I'm not going to talk on any of these subjects. I'm not even going to really mention them. But there are some subjects that, like, regardless of your opinion on them, should not be brought up in things like workplaces. Right? Because, just naturally speaking, they're too polarizing that if you have especially a strong stance on it, no, that's just not okay. You can't say that. Like, I can't disagree with you, I can't agree with you, I can't anything, because that's just not acceptable in the context. My friend didn't get into anime was because he had someone who knew that 100% go, I knew you'd like it, yeah. I fully get that, and that's why, like, there's a lot of people I know that, for example, actually like talking to me about shows because I'm not, because one of the times is, like, I mentioned something about Star Wars to someone, and they're like, oh, I haven't watched any of them. I'm like, oh, is there any particular reason, or, and it's like, oh, everyone just fucking keeps telling me to go watch them, and I'm like, ah, fair. I'd get put off by that as well. I do think they're, like, really big cultural points that if you care about, that sort of stuff, where, like, regardless of if the movies are good, if you want to see a very big cultural impact moment on cinema, they're worth it, but other than that, you don't have to watch them. And they're like, huh, that's the first time I've heard an argument that actually made me almost consider watching them. I'm like, yeah, I'm not telling you to watch them. And you know what? One of the times, one of those people did go and watch them. And you know what they did? They came back to me and said, oh my god, that's actually hysterical. I'll point that out in a second. One of them came back to me and said, oh yeah, I actually really enjoyed it. I'm like, oh, I'm glad. I didn't do a knew you'd enjoy it. It's, oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. No, you guys see the funny thing? We're one fan off meeting the criteria. One fan. We need that one guy to like us more. But yeah, it's... if you want someone to watch something, I'm very particular how I do my recommendations. I tend to recommend to the person, especially. That's one of the biggest mistakes we often see with that shit, is that people don't recommend to the people, they recommend what they like. That's why, like, you'll often hear me fucking talk about, like, the stuff I'm reading, and I'm like, oh, damn, I'm enjoying this a lot. And I'll tell you why I'm enjoying it. If those are the things that sell you on it, then you'll enjoy it as well. If they don't sell you on it, you still get to hear me talk about things that I enjoy, and it's not me telling you to go fucking read or watch it. Actually, that's the other thing as well. When I do say that, I phrase it as, what was it? It's typically like, oh, it's worth a read or it's worth a watch. I talk about, like, the worth of that time, because time is valuable to people. It is one of the most clearly finite things that exists in the world, and now I'm giving you existential dread and suffering, because now you're thinking about how your lifespan is limited, and eventually it will cease. I hope you've been all having a really good day. I don't recommend stuff to people. If they are interested, I'll explain it to them, and that'd be it. Yeah. I think I tend to talk around topics a lot, and because of that, it leads to me talking about things I've read or watched recently. Don't worry about that, I cry about that every half an hour. Same. I mean, what? I learned to not care about time. No, I still value my time a lot. Admittedly, sometimes for the bad thing. Right? I think it's the difference of, like, my perception on a lot of that stuff, because, again, a lot changes in your brain's chemistry, I feel, when you've been given, an expected expiry date. Like, when you're actually just given a, like, oh yeah, 10 years is a solid bet. Like, it actually fucks with your head. So now I kind of have a thing of like, well, I kind of need to spend my time valuably and effectively in ways that I'll enjoy, but also ways that will help others and improve others' days and lives. But yeah, no, I enjoy my the stuff I watch for the most part, even if it's shitty. Gotta love the shitty stuff sometimes. I still need to binge that second season of Apothecary Diaries. So I really want to watch that. Makes me an asshole, but I enjoy wasting people's time. Everyone has their own ways of doing stuff, right? I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong or right for whatever the fuck you do. I do what I do, and I see things the way I see things. Right? And at the end of the day, does it really matter either way? At the end of the day, we do our best. I mean, fuck, these streams are like the best example of I waste so much time with these streams. I fucking love it though. Like, that's always that perfect example of like, oh, if I actually wanted to like produce a game, I probably wouldn't stream. Like, if I just straight up just wanted to produce a game. No, I just want to share my knowledge, share my experiences, have fun with people, enjoy myself. So I don't really want to ever give up streaming, even if I had to, like, go start working full-time again. Which I have to keep an eye on that, because potentially I have to. It's surprisingly enough, the drawing porn doesn't make you enough money all the time. Not consistently, either. At the very least, I should say. Also, can I appreciate, so I also I mentioned this, yesterday. I also posted the, drawing from yesterday over on another Discord. And, like, the amount of, the responses I basically got was wood and smash. From other people as well. Break some motivation, right, is productivity. If you enjoy it, that's good. Second reason to do it. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing as well, as I've said this pretty openly, I probably would not play as many games as I do if it weren't for streaming. So it gives me an excuse to play games I might not have played, as well as actually keep playing games on a somewhat frequent basis. Come on! God, that's so fucking close! Think I'm just ahead? Yeah, we're ahead. Okay, thank God. Best reason is to even try though. Yeah, no, I very much enjoy the streaming. There's a reason why it's my, like, it's a hobby. It's a hobby first, and I enjoy that a lot. Oh yeah, by the way, oh no, Jin's not here. Never mind. I was just remembering something I wanted to show. Jacko pose of the washing machine? The Jacko pose, specifically. I mean, I did get my friend to say smash the washing machine. That Jacko pose turned out a lot better than I expected, by the way. And I learned how to do an interesting pose that totally won't be useful somewhat in the future for other work that I have to do. Oh, that reminds me, y'all want me to do some Narissa stuff? Some lewd Narissa art? Since Narissa clearly wants it. What should I do for Narissa? You got to practice that very same pose yourself? Yeah, and my back still remembers it. After some thought, I'd like to commission you. Could you DM your pricing? I mean, again, my shorthand is I'll answer based on what you want. Like, my rough thing is, like, if I was to do, to give an idea, I guess, to do something of the quality and, like basically that quality that I did with that fucking Jacko pose. Probably like, let's see. Probably wouldn't charge that much, honestly. Probably like 20, 30 New Zealand. I feel like that was quick enough to do that I can probably justify doing it. But like, that sort of quality thing. Again, it's kind of that argument of like, depends on character, how much reference art is there for it, is it an OC, yada yada yada. I'm, again, fairly flexible with it all. If you also told me, hey, that's a little much, how about down here? I'm like, okay, you know what, sure. You saw that 4chan post? You mean the one I posted? The one where it's like, Narissa, go to bed? Go to bed, Narissa? Yeah, Narissa, it's 2 AM, go to bed. It just got me thinking that, like, I should do a Narissa one, because I feel like it's like, well, if someone wants it, why would I not? To be fair, I want to kind of post a couple of pieces of art over on my other Twitter that I have that I do post art on. Might do that soon. Post some of the stuff that I've been working on. Something I think of Narissa. The problem with Narissa is that it's so hard to want to do her and not her sisters. I mean this with the most love and care to Narissa. She's an awesome person, but like, if I want to do not safe for work art, it's really hard to not want to do some of her sisters, because her sisters are fucking amazing. They are a great wealth of information for some of that stuff. The fact that one of her sisters has a fucking split tongue, if I recall correctly, which, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief, that's hot as shit to me. It made me genuinely sit there and go, man, how expensive is that surgery? Because I might do that. That'd be fun as hell. I'm not, because I don't want to fuck up some of my sensory organs, but goddamn, it's a hell of a selling point. It also helps that they're very comfortable with a lot of that stuff, and they're also already got partners so they can have fun. We're making those kind of jokes and be very comfortable with themselves. The reason it's good old incest that, I don't know, I'd have to double check if that's like an acceptable range for them, because I would probably just draw them lewd, not draw them having intercourse. I've said this before, right, and this is a personal thing, and it's saying I wouldn't do this, but I wouldn't go out of my way to do this art, right? Which is fanfic art. Fanfic art with like two characters, for example, tends to not be something I would seek out doing. Because I feel that it's, especially when it's like VTubers, it's like there's a real person behind that, they might not feel comfortable with that argument. Unless they've actively said it's okay, then it's a different point. But at that stage, that's that. That's why the Mint and Doki one was kind of like, I cannot stress enough, it is that one scene with the boulder in Avatar. The boulder is conflicted. What are you, a little bitch? The boulder is no longer conflicted. It's just, Malith is conflicted. Doki and Mint basically almost having sex on stream sometimes. It's like, Malith is no longer conflicted. Like, them actually arguing about who would top the other one. It's just that argument posted there. I actually want that meme now, where it's just, the boulder is conflicted. The fucking that tweets of them arguing about who's topping each other. The boulder is no longer conflicted. Because it was, yeah, what was it again? It's, yeah, Crony doesn't really want as much lewd art about it, about her, and then, like, Narissa wants it, and it's just, that's so funny. The old man is no longer conflicted. Dude, can we just stress how fucking amazing the boulder is? The boulder will take you down. Such a lot of stupid memes, man. Avatar's such a fun series. I swear. But yeah, no, also like Crony's model is magnitudes more hot than Narissa's model. I disagree personally, but I see why the vast majority of people would see it that way. And that might say more about my type than anything. Again, like let's have a moment, right? Now, again, I'm not saying Crony's not fucking beautiful. She is. I love the design of her model. It is actually really, really cool and fascinating. Right? I actually really love her fucking streetwear outfit. This is actually probably her, like, hottest outfit for me. I think that's amazing. But here we go. If you're gonna tell me that this, I don't know, man, this is, whew, this is something. This is something. I'd put her below Crony on a tier list, and I don't blame you for that. I do not fault you at all, and I think that's a really valid point. This is why I'm saying that kind of aspect of personally, I would rate Narissa higher. I would openly rate Narissa higher than Crony. I don't know. I like that kind of fallen angel aesthetic, if you know what I mean, right? Which is what Narissa has going for her. Also, I have a soft spot for bookworms. Like, I openly have a soft spot for bookworms. Also, I just saw a Magic the Gathering card of Narissa there. Wait, what? I'm gonna look at that card in a second. Someone did a Narissa Magic card. What does it do? This could have been a discussion. How dare I respect another person's opinion? The monster. Alright, what have they done with Narissa? So she's Demir, I agree with that. Flying Menace, Enthralling Song. At the beginning of your end step, creatures you don't control with power equal to or less than Narissa Ravengroth, Demon of Song, become tapped with stun counter on it. Ooh, that's a nasty effect. Narissa kind of matches your Odie. Yeah, I'll like, again, there's a reason why my design is very Fallen Angel, because I have a love for that shit. Like, I am under no false illusion what I fucking love with that. I'm so used to people being angry. Yeah, it's why I'm like, I'm one of the worst for that, because I'm just like, no, that makes sense. Your opinion is valid. You should feel okay having an opinion. But yeah, like the blacks and blues as well always look really nice. I think that's also part of it as well. Good made into bad. Oh, don't say it that way, because that actually makes even more sense for some of the things I like. Dude, if I see a corruption tag, there is an immediate part of my neuron activate, okay? You telling me a magical girl story, but with corruption? Oh! Alright. There's two modes I have. It's corrupt the pure and protect the child. Like, these are the two parts of my brain, and they don't fuse well together, but I like both. As this is my daughter, I will protect her from anything. And then it's like, this is the one I shall corrode into the darkest depths. YouTube doesn't really like me saying this stuff. Oh, is it censoring some of your things again? Yeah, YouTube has a self-censor thing that I can't even get around either. It just does it. So I can't even, like, see what gets censored as well. That's the annoying thing. Because people have sent messages that shouldn't have been censored, and it just, like... It's like, why aren't you responding or showing it the message? I'm like, I didn't know it existed. And it's worse, because you guys don't see when it's not sent sometimes as well. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, exactly. It's terrible. Yeah, it's the fact that it doesn't inform you that it isn't being sent is the part that fucks it up the most, I think. I think that's the most messed up part about it, is it doesn't even give you like a thing going, hey, this didn't get sent. If it did that at least, it would be better. I feel like that's just a very easy user end thing that they should have been able to add by now. But hey. In a sense, that's part of the reason why I have the chat on screen, is so you know what the fuck actually got sent through to me. And if you get too much of those censors, you get shadow banned for a few days. Yes! It actually is the case. It's so weird. So I learned how to English more eloquently. Knowing synonyms and shit for words is a god. Yeah. Dude, a thesaurus is your friend when it comes to this sort of stuff. People forget about thesauruses nowadays. Unless you're doing like actual schoolwork or academic work. Thesaurus just doesn't exist for people. That's why people say shit like unalive in PDF files, yeah. Which, it's worse, because like, technically speaking, murder is not considered a flag word. For the most part, but it kind of is, and it's weird. Like, the main thing is you're not endorsing it. But also, when it comes to gaming, you're allowed to kind of do it, but not... You have to keep it very clearly in the game. Our character's kind of trapped. Hopefully this animation gets her through and she gets to, like, burst her head. Yeah, it looks like she got a forced way through. Nice. Yay! Good old, Teo's been doing well. I know she gets super depressed if you, do not get first place on her, constantly. Thesaurus, fuck you, I'm a... word puzzle game with about cinnamons, animons, honomins, and other fucked up word shit. Hell yeah. Dude, I remember Scrabble. Similar sort of stuff. Where it's just a knowledge game at that point. And the best part is you get fucked up things getting said. I love though that all of this thesaurus stuff came from the discussion about whether Narissa is prettier or Crony is prettier. No, I fuck with this energy a lot more. I definitely fuck with this energy a lot more. It's also probably why, of the first gen of Hoyo-verse... Not Hoyo-verse, sorry, Hololive, like, EN girls. Like, of that wave, Ina was my favorite design. Does she have your favorite design in Holo? Does she have my favorite design in Holo? I don't want to say solidly yes, but I'm gonna have to think hard about all of the Holo girls. No, not Musume. God damn it. Holo Live. My favorite design. Hololive tier list. There's an element to how rude that feels though at the same time. Like, I don't know. I'll do it, but like, there's a mixed feeling about how kind of fucked up that is. Yeah, Nico Tiwa. It's kind of. I mean, if we were to ask of all of them off the top of my head, who I would, like, want to date, Marnie's actually still really up there. I do really love Marnie. She's very funny. Design-wise, though. It's fucked up you're rating people. Yeah, it's one of those, like, there's no way to do it that's not, like, kind of messed up. Is there an easy way to see, like, every girl in Hololive? Thought it was about designs. Yeah, that's why I say, like, if we're talking not designs, it would probably be Marnie up there. If we're talking designs, give me a second. I want to pull up a list so I can kind of think through this. That's actually really hard. That's actually really hard to pick what would be my favorite just design. Because, like, okay, if we're talking favorite design, can I ask, are we disconnecting the individual piloting them from it? Are we specifically talking about only their visual? If you can, yes. Because I can do that, and that makes it easier, because, like, I was about to say, like, Gigi's fucking up there, but that's because her personality matches her visuals a shitload, and Gigi's fucking hysterical. She's actually, like, one of the funniest people in all of Holo, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Only drip. Louis is pretty fucking cool looking. I always liked her design. I don't know, there's something about, like, the fantasy business kind of, like, almost receptionist design that you see in a lot of, like, isekai that, like, Louis reminds me of, and I like that a lot. I mean, I have a soft spot for how Ina's design is for a variety of reasons. I really like that design a lot. Iris is actually quite up there, design-wise. Shiori, so, okay. Shiori is something that's really weird, because, like, I love almost all about her. I just don't quite like certain elements of her, and it's if you took those elements away, she'd be top tier for me. And the problem is, though, is I can't, this is where we get to that argument of, like, those elements work so well with the person piloting Shiori. But yeah, Narissa's definitely up there in design-wise. And I mean, I can't really rate Fuwawa or Mokoko without the other involved. Like, I love them in conjunction with each other. I think it's a phenomenal design, like, matrimony that they did with those things. Where the two models are very based on being juxtapositions, but also identical in enough ways. I love that. They complement each other so well design-wise, specifically. Irregardless, again, of taking in consideration who's piloting them, that is how they were designed. They were designed with each other in mind. Oh, fucking, Rora. She's, oh my god, she is such a pretty model. But that's also one that I'm like, I'm trying not to have it so Roro's personality is coming into that, because I fucking love Roro. She's an amazing, amazing person. But what were the ones that you were saying that I probably liked the most again? It was, I'm assuming, Miko and Towa? Right? Miko, yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm susceptible to the Shrine Maiden energy, like 100%. I'm not gonna give you any falsity with that. Towa, I actually do like that kind of bratty design when it's done that way and it's tasteful. Very much reminiscent of like Rapper from Star Rail. What are these ones? I've never seen them. This is all of HoloLive's talent. These are all of the people under the umbrella of that thing. So, like, Rora is Indonesia. She's from Indonesia. That branch of it. Okay, Nico, not Miko. Okay, give me a sec. I'll have a check. It's such a good one to take if I could. No, I have to rest. Oh, yeah, Nico. Yeah, I mean, I like that. It's very model design. I like that quite a bit. I think that actually works out quite well. Rora's Ian. Wait, is she? I thought she was Indonesian. The one that looks there? Oh, ow? Yeah, again, it's a fairly newer one. Isn't this one of the staff? Or is this... Because I don't see them very often. No, they're not staff. Yeah, that's not the staff one. Rora's Ian. Yeah, I'm struggling with that. Rora's Ian? I see her collabing with the Indonesian girls all the time, though. Like, I love all the Indonesian girls. They're all fucking amazing. Got such fucking personalities. I mean, all of Indonesia's talent branch are fucking amazing. Part of justice. Huh. 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 Yeah, I was like sitting there like she's part of justice. Huh. How did I forget that? Huh. Yeah, I know, like, that's... Huh. Why have I not connected that? I don't know, like I said, I swear she was Indonesian just because I see her interacting with the Indonesian girls more often, I feel. Am I wrong? I don't know, it's... Alright. To be fair, I feel like most of the time I see the Justice girls, they're collabing with someone else. Especially Gigi, because she just fucking turns up everywhere. There's a joke about her being a Hollow ID, but I'm not sure. Well, I think it's just because she fucking interacts with them so often. And I think she's Indonesian as well. I mean, Corbo's always a fun one. I actually okay, can we speak on designs, not that I find attractive, but like designs that I think were really competently done more? Corbo's is amazing. Just the way they've done her hair is awesome. Aurora's an English branch? Exactly. But yeah, like, fucking, there's so many designs that are just really well done overall, and they fit. If we're now doing the matrimony of design with person piloting the model, there are so many that are just perfect matrimonies for the character. Like, again, Crony works so well with Crony's model because just that personality of loving herself. Fucking... Ami was just, she had such a perfect design. Bay also had that, again. Shiori has that. Bijou has that. Fucking Liz has that. Liz is amazing, by the way. I do not watch enough of her content. Every time I see her and stuff, I just love her. She's awesome. Gigi is just Gigi, and Gigi will always be Gigi, and you cannot stop Gigi from being Gigi. Cecilia is amazing. Loving herself and wanting to off herself, yeah. She's amazing for what she is. She's a very brutally honest individual. But yeah, like, Ina is another example, coming back to that, like, matrimony of individual, the design. She feels very bookwormy and reserved. Bijou? Damn, Bibu too hard? Yeah. Yeah, people, again, this is that fun moment, though. It's like, real talk, so many people have forgotten their actual names sometimes. Like, Ame was, I don't think anyone called her Amelia. I know people screamed Watson a few times. And like, Bae, I don't think anyone actually says her name fully anymore. And obviously, I hear Callie more often than anything when it comes to Mori Calliope. Ina, again, another example. Kaya, I think there's a meme about no one saying her name correctly, and I may have said it wrong as well. I can't remember how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. She's awesome, though. Her being flabbergasted. Yeah, I remember that one too. But yeah, like, I feel like Elizabeth's always called Liz now, right? But yeah, good old Illumini. But yeah, if I was to like really scrutinize and pick out my favorite just visual design that I would personally be attracted to, yeah, it actually probably is Nerissa. Wait, is that actually the case? Wait, is that actually the case? Huh. Huh. I actually think that is the case. She was in Holo, got it. God damn it. Huh. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, the more I'm looking, I'm just like, she's got, like, the most outfit that I'm just like, yeah, no, Neuron would activate if I saw that in real life. Huh. That's weird. I never thought on it that hard. Huh. Huh. Gotta know who's pop up in the Discord server next for sure now. I do kind of want to do some out of her, yeah. The question is, what pose? What pose would I want to do of Nerissa that's, like, seductive, that would work for her personality? I might have to do a little bit of quick looking around. Because that's the other thing I'll always stress, by the way. If I can, I will prioritize putting in the personality of the individual into how I do it, because some of my favorite, like, doujinshi I've ever seen are ones that, like, I laugh at because they're fucking on point. Looking down on you. You know what? Yes, actually. I agree with that. I can somewhat agree with that one. Yeah. I mean, especially after that one fucking, stream. Oh, boy. We know what stream. Oh, Laplas, you are an incredible individual. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I still need to watch that full stream at some point. Maybe that'll give me all the inspiration I need. Hey, look, I'll openly admit this. I'm a Switch, right? So, like, I'll happily be on both ends of that one. Okay, that's definitely in that TMI information category, I think. Well, now you know. More random facts of Mallow that you really didn't need to know. Yeah, I could do something with that. I'm trying to think how quiet I'd want to do the posing for it. Might need to look up some references later. Because do we think only Fendom though? Because that's like what that is, right? Is Fendom position. So I don't know what stream? Oh boy, do you... That is a stream to experience. I think there's a, in the Discord, I think there is a clip from it. If you go far enough back, the problem is... Because I think I posted a link to one of the videos I watched that was a highlight reel from it. Yeah. Kiara opens Fuumoku, Narissa, and Lapis stream at the wrong time. Yeah, that one is the one. It is, that is, yeah, it is a stream that happened. That is... I got 4th place. I wasn't paying attention. What did I lose? I was too busy looking for material. I mean, what? Would like to say Cottontail Lude. Cottontail Lude's very on point, actually. Stamina, yeah. I keep fucking waiting for the goddamn thing to turn up, so that's probably what of it. I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna do Cottontail in the game, and Cottontail's, like, splash art has to be somewhat lewd. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a bit of a Narissa one. Let me just have, Narissa Ravencroft, musical artist. Images. If I had to look at her... Yeah, there it is. The concept art page for her. The reference sheet. How would I best approach that? And it's so nice to be able to just say shit. Most people are like, meh. I mean, you're talking to someone that's very, very into the VTuber space. I absolutely cannot wait to do Contail's character. Because her character's going to be real interesting because we're going to play around with a little bit of juxtaposition of it. Because technically speaking, she is not always a lewd tuber. She is actually quite a wholesome individual, and she's also really fucking cool. The stream, how could I have forgotten? I was gonna say! It's like not knowing about that one, so... It's a stream. That stream made everyone feel specific ways. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely better as the top than I am as the bottom, but I will never deny the fact that I've been a bottom in some situations, and god damn, with a good top, that shit's fucking nice. When she was hitting her stride in that stream, I'm buttering her fucking hand. I'd be putty. Yeah. Corruption limits to 3 megabyte. It do be like that some days. See, that's why I say, like, where do we want Narissa to be? Because she said openly before that stream that she is, I think she said she's a switch, but she's predominantly better as a bottom. So it's like, we could always do something very bottom with her. Narissa is a bottom? She's a switch. But she's predominantly a bottom. Much like how I'm a switch, but I'm predominantly a top. We have our preferences. To be fair, no, you know what? I was gonna make a comment there, and I'm gonna retract that comment before it's even made. For the sake of not going too far with some jokes. Do the typical Japanese bag thing. We could do that. I could always put a collar on her as well. It's one of the things that comes to mind. No, say it. Oh, good. No, it's gone to the ether now. Teo, what's going on? Yay, she's broken her fucking leg. I don't know. To the glue factory it is. What would I do with her? What would I do with her? 'Cause yeah, like her sitting and like feet being in the front, like legs crossed over, very menacing pose works really well with that design. Time for me to try have my 2 hours of sleep. Have fun. Catch you later, Sweep. Have a good one. Try it. Hope you get some good rest.
Yada yada.
Yada yada. Always, then people will speak. I like to be clear that I mean no harm with my words. I say that I will not get offended by anything. Oh, no, it's more that, like... So there's certain things I will retract on sometimes, because I'm like, that joke's just not in good taste or flavor. And while it fits the setting, it's like, yeah, but I don't want to burn potential bridges by making a comment. Alright? Especially when we're talking about real people, there's an element of being respectful. And that's something that, like, that's when I'll hold my tongue the most. That joke I was about to make was a little too far in my eyes, and is one that, like, unjokingly I think was too much. And I'm like, cool, I'm not gonna do it. At this point, it's already popped out of my head, so I wouldn't even be able to recite it anyway. What's respect? Exactly. My streamer talking about respect? How fucking dare they? I don't respect my streamer. But yeah. I mean, it's basically, that's the argument I make with, like, again, that lewd art I was talking earlier about, like, two people getting shipped together. It's like, there's an uncomfortable zone there, personally, for me, that I'll, like, go, hey... Like, if I get a request for it, I probably won't make much of a fucking comment. But, like, if I was to go off and do art on my own, that's when I'm like, hey, not actually kind of content doing that one. Because that feels like an overreach of things. Like, there's certain... You've got boundaries, got it. Yeah, there's some things I have boundaries for. Again, my morality is also questionable at the best of times. That's why I say, like, if someone came up to me and said, I want to commission X and Y ship art, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. But if I was, like, asked separately, going, hey, would you do these two shipped together? It's like, no. Does that kind of make sense? I hope that kind of makes sense. You know, ones is probably the best example of that. And, like, is one that I'm like, I don't think that's a comfortable ship. Sayu and Monarch. They are best friends, I'll leave it at that. They're brother and sister at best. At worst, they're actually wanting to kill each other. which is still brother and sister. It also doesn't help that, again, like, Sayu has a partner. And that's why I say, like, that's where it starts getting very uncomfortable for me. That's why I say, like, that's my general opinion, because some people won't explain that sort of stuff. It's better to have that as the default stance, right? I'd not ship them. Yeah, I don't think any... It's like Connor and Iron Mouse as well. I don't ship them. They're friends. If they're in a relationship, that's fine. But, like, I don't want them to be in a relationship. They're friends. Leave it at that. It's fucking weird otherwise. So it's that sort of thing of, like, my brain involuntary does imagine loses that, but no, yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's fine. But that's the point that I'm making with a lot of this stuff, where it's like, this is where I stand with, like, I take that stance as the default, personally. That's why, like, again, the Doki Mint one that I did, that's a different case, because those two are actively inciting it, and have, I believe, actually said in the past they do not mind it. In fact, they like it. If I'm wrong, I'll happily retract that sentence and work around that being considered in the future, but that's the point, right? And that's that, like, acceptable range of you have to respect them as human beings. Like, it's no different in my eyes than going like, oh, this celebrity should get with this celebrity. It's like, why? It's kind of weird. Imagine someone going back on the stream just to pick at words. Kind of why I'm glad I'm not a popular streamer is because I feel like I say a lot of things that could very quickly be taken, lifted out of the context that they're in, and made to make me sound horrifically bad. And that's always going to be the case with a lot of that sort of stuff, is that, like, context will be removed for people to start drama and to create these scenarios where it's like, oh no, this person said this, and it's like, we saw that with a lot of stuff. We've seen that with talking on a lot of subjects as well, right? And I dislike that every time is... Oh, like, one of the ones that makes me so upset is whenever, like, Dr. K does a session with anyone, is they actually make an effort to say, hey, don't lift shit out of context with these, because these are, like, content creators being potentially quite vulnerable. Do not use that as an abusable thing. And it's disgusting to see people use that and weaponize that stuff, because it's like, now these people can't, like, help process their issues in a way that also might help other people process those issues. Like, I see a lot of those times where Dr. K does that stuff to, which anyone's wondering who I'm talking about with Dr. K, it was at healthygamer.gg, I think, or something like that, is the channel brand. It's an psychologist that worked a lot with gaming. Well, okay, he's a practicing one technically, if I recall correctly, but I think he's... I can't actually remember if he's actively practicing or if he was practicing and he's kind of practicing again. Or what. Point is that he's very focused on, like, gaming as a whole and streaming and that kind of environment and the psychology in that sphere. And actually being quite modern in a sense with a lot of the things that he's trying to approach. And I've actually really been helped by a lot of his videos and shorts that he's done, because it's actually helped me process a lot of my own problems. And that's why I feel real bad that, like, it feels so scummy seeing some of that stuff, where, like, people will try and find ways to just bring people down, and it's like, dude, why? Just live your own fucking life. But that goes to that whole thing of I like to spread positivity more, because we've got enough negativity in the world, right? It is why I like to make funny jokes and be a bit of a clown. So yeah, that's why I say, like, to that comment of, it's sad that, like, that could happen one day. And there is a part of me that dreads it. It also doesn't help that, like, I've said some dumb shit in the past on stream, and I'm not going to get rid of that because, again, I have been wrong. I've corrected myself over time. If someone goes back and watches a very old stream of mine, sees an opinion they really can hate, and came to me in the modern day, or like, so let's say in a few years' time, someone goes back to my original stuff, it's like 5 years down the line, and they go, hey, you said this at this point, this is really wrong. I'm like, you know what, you're right. I've changed my opinion since then. And some people will go, what? And it's like, yeah, you can change your opinion over time with more information and experience. It's almost like that's a normal thing. Or I might turn around and go, hey, I actually don't think that's a subject to be talking about anymore. And I don't feel like I'm informed enough to actually speak further on that subject. I'm not going to say I was right or wrong back then, I'm just going to say I probably shouldn't have talked about it. Eh? These weird elements of accepting responsibility. It's incredible. I love how all of this is kind of like pushed on from fucking me talking how I think Narissa's design is like the sexiest in Holland. It's amazing. Change as a person. You're not an asshole kid. I knew in primary. Which admittedly I was an asshole kid in primary school. So yeah, no, I have changed. I'd like to think I have anyway. Noxie's actually probably one of the best people to ask whether or not I've changed as a person. Because she actually remembers seeing me when I was like pretty much an actual asshole. Max is also a good one for that, because he's seen me actually change from being a lazy, assholey slob to a hardworking individual that would basically barely keep himself sane, to someone that didn't take care of himself, to what I am now, which is somewhere in between all of that. Like, he's actually been there for some of the worst moments of my life, so he can pretty much tell you what kind of person I am, better than probably I can. I know the best part is, if I ask him right now what kind of person I am, he'll probably respond with an asshole. But yeah, it's that amazing thing. People change. People can change opinions. Let them, give them the room to grow. However, I will say, in soft counterance to that argument, sometimes people fuck up so much when they're in the wrong. They may develop and improve since then, but it doesn't stop the scars from being there, both mental and physical. And you just go like, you know what? I just don't want to get involved with that anymore. I've had friends in the past and relationships and all sorts that it's just like, look, if you're a changed person, good for you. Don't come near me still. Right? That's okay. Because that's acknowledging that, like, hey, they did so much damage that you'll never be able to see them as otherwise, regardless of if they are. Or even if you do see them otherwise, there's still that scar, that feeling that happened. And it gets kind of reminded every time you might see them. If you're willing to give them a lot of a second chance, go for it. But, like, there's some people I don't think I'd ever do that for. Yeah. I'm sure there's people out there as well that think the exact same to me. It's like, they'd never give me a second shot. Because I fucked up too badly. This is not a, this is a lot of not Magic the Gathering. You know what? That hasn't, outside of the Narissa thing, we haven't even talked about Magic at all today. Actually, that's a good point. Do we think we can try and find more, like, Magic the Gathering holo cards? I want to review some of them. I want to see how bad they are. I think that Narissa one's not too bad. Holo the Gathering. Yeah, there is someone that actually has 26 cards that are Holo versions, Holo Live inspired. Let's look at them. I'm curious. So we have, okay, let me set up the thing to do here. 20% failure chance, but it's such a good one to take. Oh, that's so tempting. Let's roll the dice. Oh, success. Alright. Nanashi Mume, creature, owl assassin, 2 mana and a white. First strike, rallying strike, when, okay, well, it looks like she's supposed to have more to her title. It's supposed to be Nanashi Mume Hunter. Anyway, when this creature kills a creature, create a 1/1 white human soldier token with a 3/1 first strike? I mean, it's kind of understated. All things considered. Like, it's not bad, it's just kind of meh. I'd actually, ironically enough, if you want to do this kind of idea, you could actually have it so when she, kills a creature, you get, like, a food token. Or you could make it that it's a choice, a food token or a human soldier token. But you probably don't want to have it as kill, you probably want to have it as, like, combat kill. That would probably work better. That would be my assumption if you want to have that sort of effect feeling nicely. Because then you could also do multi-combat, and there's a lot of elements to that. Because then it would be a really good Boros card, which is what that kind of card would go into. Then we've got Guardian of Civilization Mume instead. So we've got 2 and 2 white. Flying Vigilance. Actually, that's a good point. The other one's not got first strike. It's only got first strike. I mean, yeah, you don't want to give that flying, but hey. Al's Teaching. When Mume... Yeah, shut up in a sec. See if I can get the game to go working again. Please don't give me an error. Connect. Yeah, connected. There we go. Let's see, when this creature attacks, attacking humans get +1/+1 until end of turn and untap after attacking. Destroy target creature, so for 3 and a white, tap, destroy target creature that dealt damage to a human you control this turn. Activate only if a human you control died this turn. I see what they're trying to do. I think that's just missing a little bit of the charm there. Honestly, you could genuinely change the Owl's teaching thing to being that at start of combat, give all other humans +1/+1 and vigilance. And that would feel more on brand and feel like a better mechanic than the untapping thing. It would work cleaner. The tap effect is really mixed, how I feel on that one. I feel like that's just too wordy and too weird, but I think I like the effect or the idea of the effect. It's basically a retaliation thing. I mean, you could honestly just have it destroy target creature, that killed like a human you controlled. And just leave it at that. That would work for that. So yeah. Orocrony, 2 and a blue for a 0/3. Interesting. The only one I trust when this attacks, create a token copy of this card tapped and attacking. Oh, it's not a legendary. That's okay. Can I immediately say, so the idea with this musume here and this crony here, immediately you've lost a lot of flavor by not having them as legendary. I get why, especially with this one. You could actually just have this as a legendary creature and then have it create a token copy of this card tapped and attacking that's not legendary, and it immediately is more interesting. And then it gets +1/+0 for each creature on the battlefield named Orocrony. Yeah, no, you just make this tapped non-legendary. I like a tapped and attacking non-legendary token. That would be way more interesting. Personally. But other than that, I feel like you could give her a keyword. What would you give, or would you give crony as a keyword there? Menace? Menace or First Strike, one of the two. What's a keyword? Keyword is kind of like First Strike, Flying, Vigilance. It's a word that basically denotes an effect, so it doesn't have to write out what it does every time. So flying, it's flying creatures can only be blocked by other flying creatures or creatures with reach. But it just says flying on the card. First Strike, in combat, this will deal its damage before the other would apply it, unless it also has either First Strike or Double Strike. But that's just written as First Strike. That's why I say, like, First Strike or Menace could be done. Menace can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures. You can't block with just 1 creature. Which would make a lot of sense, especially if you're creating a lot of cronies. It would actually work out quite cutely. In fact, I could actually argue you give her 1 more blue pip. You give her 1 more base toughness. You give her Menace. And you give her +2 for each other crony. Crony being flying would be funny. It wouldn't be wrong, but I don't know if it would work well, and balance-wise that would potentially get a little too extreme. Especially when she's producing more of her every time. The question becomes, if you're doing the only one I trust, whether or not you make it so it's like it has to be the legendary one creating the copies. It's like if this creature is legendary, create a when it attacks, create a token copy tapped and attacking that's not legendary. And it just is about you creating as many cronies on the board as possible, which would be very funny. It would be extremely fitting. But I feel like her not being legendary is against the whole point of the card. Because, again, legendary creature denotes a named individual. So, Crony not being a legendary there makes no sense. And I know it's because they're doing a non-legend and then a legend version of the character. You can't kind of do that. That's not really how this works. Then we've got a Planeswalker version of Crony for 3 and 2 blue, 5 loyalty, +2 to scry 2, -4 to place 2 stun counters on target tapped creature, and then -12 to create a Time Warp Tower enchantment token that after each opponent's end step take a turn. No. No, you cannot print that card. I know what you're trying to do. You could genuinely have her as scry as just +1. You can have it as the -12 is not a fucking anything, it's just take an extra turn. Or you could make it that you have take 2 extra turns, but have her come in with way less loyalty. And then have the -4 not be a -4, maybe have her have 4 loyalty, -3, and then only +1, and then still have it as a 12. Because that even means if you have a thing where she comes in with double counters, she is still so far away from getting to that ult, because that ult will be insane. Especially if it's like that. No, especially doing that, that's so weird. You normally want to do an emblem effect. I don't know. Roroa, Planeswalker, 2 and a blue. 3 base loyalty, +2. Choose a card type and look at the opponent's hand. For each card of the chosen type found, draw a card. Hey, I could see that as an idea. -4, target creature's power and toughness becomes equal to the amount of cards in their owner's hand. Okay, that's an interesting idea. And then -10, opponents discard their hand down to 1 card. Their maximum hand size is now 4. You have no maximum hands. Okay, not as a 10. I see what you're trying to do there. It would be better to have something like that has to be an emblem effect that you can give to it. You give a player an emblem effect, not get the maximum hand size. You'd give a player an emblem effect of their max hand size is now 4. And then you'd probably change the +2 to be both you and that opponent draw. Because then it would really fuck with people, but it also gives you a really cool group hug effect, which is the term used for mutually beneficial concepts that you then benefit from better, typically, because you build around it. Alright, Mori Calliope, so Calliope Mori, which, again, the order of the names is a bit interesting, sometimes. But yeah, Calliope Mori, 2 and a black, creature demigod, again, not a legendary, mixed feelings on this. Why is it a demigod? Okay. Like, I get demigod, but also there's other things, and yeah. Anyway. Reanimation. When a creature with Death Touch kills a creature, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. You should probably make that with Decaying. Other than that, yeah, it's alright. It's a very terrible card. You could honestly increase a lot of things going on here, and it would be better. Mori Calliope, Reaper's Apprentice. So this is the legendary version that they've written. So she's 3, 2 black, 4/4, Wither. Okay. Which is applied damage and -1/-1 counters, if I recall. Reaping. Whenever another creature dies, create a soul token. It's an artifact with... Okay, this is not how you would write this at all, by the way. You'd probably have... It's like, create a token called Soul Token that has... when this is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you gain 1 life. And then it's got 1 and a black to sacrifice a soul, put a 1/1 counter on Mori Calliope. She gains menace until end of turn. Okay, no, just... Okay, I see what you're doing. No. You've gone too overly synergistic and leaned too far into the concept. You can probably just have it as create a token called Soul that that has the effect when it is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you gain 1 life. Then you can have 1 and a black, sacrifice a token, put a 1/1 counter on Mori. The idea that you're trying to do is really synergistic and also preventative of loops. I see what they're trying to do, they're not quite there. I like it, though. I actually think that's one of the more interesting ones I've seen. Wither and Menace in conjunction is a weird combination, though. I don't know if I like quite that. I don't think she needs Wither. I think you could do different, like a different keyword with her. I like the idea, though. I think that's actually the coolest one so far. I think it's the most, like, on theme, on brand, and, like, closest to actually just being good. Especially as a commander. You could honestly probably give her another color as well. And, like, especially in that effect, you give her a different color so she can, be a 2-color commander. But I like the idea that it's like, oh, when a creature dies, you gain a soul, and then with souls, you get this. It's like, she becomes a huge, scary, commander, like a command engine. Like, she's definitely a great commander. Which is what that's clearly designed to do for her. Alright. Then we've got, Gigi. Free Spirit Chaser, 3, 2 red, 5/4. Must attack during combat if able. So that's not how you phrase that quite, and you'd probably want to add another aspect to it. Freedom Chaser. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if Gigi attacked alone and dealt excess combat damage to that creature this turn, Gigi deals that much damage to target creature. Oh god, that is terrible. Not only is that not well written, that is terrible of an effect. No, if I was to do something like this, especially on theme with Gigi, right? It's must attack and block each combat if able. And then whenever a creature is dealt excess damage by Gigi, deal that much damage to another target creature. Already I've changed the wording, and give you like a card draw or a treasure token. Probably treasure token because we're in red. I remember how there was a general discussion of G or J in the English language. Oh yeah, because I think it's GG is how it gets said sometimes, right? GG, GG, yeah. So no, I think this is like, there's so much that's trying to be done with this. You could honestly just make this fucking... You could do a lot more with this. Like, I see what they're trying to do, and the problem is they've pulled from a couple of other card designs and just taken the worst parts of them. It does not give you a very fun, enjoyable card, and it doesn't quite feel on point with it. I've never heard it being read anything other than GG. Yeah. Fair. Alright, Bay. Corrupt Concept of Chaos. 1 in a red. For a 1/2 haste. Wildstorm. When deals combat damage to a player, exile an instant or sorcery card from their graveyard at random, copy that spell. You may cast that copy without paying its mana cost until end of turn. What? Okay. Outside of fixing the wording, this card's great. I like it. That Bay, the effect, the idea of it, I think is perfect and on point. I think the wording on it is nowhere close to how that would be worded correctly. How would that normally be worded? When this deals combat damage to a player, exile an instance of sorcery from their graveyard at random. You may cast a copy. Yeah, it wouldn't have to copy that spell. You may cast a copy of that spell without paying its mana cost until end of turn. That would probably be how it's phrased, if I recall correctly. Alright. Fauna! Again, I'm gonna always comment, why is this not a legendary? I know why. It should be a legendary, though. Alright. So it's 1 and a green for a 1/3. Then it's got 2 green, tap, return target plant creature from your graveyard to your hand. Underpowered, understated. Yeah, it's not a bad card though. It'd definitely be doable. Alright, then the legendary version. 2 and a green, 0/4. Defender. Wrath of Nature. Beast creatures you control get +2/+0. Nature's Protection, plant creatures you control get +0/+2, and then 3 and 2 green tap. Target creature becomes a colorless forest. Okay. Really close to being perfect. It should just be beast and plants creatures get +2/+2. I'm just gonna say that now. I love the flavor of it being a defender, and I love the flavor of it doing the, like, create something becomes a forest. What you'd probably do is have it as a flip thing, where it's like, target creature becomes a forest. And it needs to have the phrasing and loses all other types. Loses all other effects and card types. It's got to have that sort of thing. You could honestly actually have it as target non-land permanent becomes that, and that would be really fucking nice. Instead of just target creature, because that would just be very on point. You'd probably have to lock it to sorcery speed, potentially. I will say that. But I really like that fauna, actually. That's really cool. Then there's a sapling, which is 1 green for a 0-1. 2 and a green, put a growth counter on a sapling. I'm not winning this race, am I? In the background. And then bloom, when sapling dies, create a 1-1 green tree creature token with 1-1 counter on it for each growth counter on sapling. Okay, so I see what they're trying to do with it. Yeah. I mean, outside of some cleanup, I don't have a problem with this. Magic the Gathering? I mean, we were bored, so we were, like, looking at, Magic the Gathering holo cards. Have you ever considered applying for a position at Magic the Gathering or something? Yeah, I mean, I've definitely thought about whether or not I should, apply for a design position. It's definitely something I'd consider. Like, not against it at all. Just turned in for the first time. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, because the joke is that I always talk about Magic the Gathering on every fucking stream ever, and I hadn't talked about it today, and we've been talking about so much, like, design stuff, that when I looked at Narissa, because I was talking about doing fan art for her potentially, we randomly saw a Magic the Gathering card, and I followed it to here. Okay, Amelia Watson, Time Hopper, so she is Golgari, so two black and a green for 2/4, Ward 2, yeah. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, it's a card game. It's a collector's card game, it's probably got some of the more, like, linearly complex rules. Yu-Gi-Oh's like all over the place and sporadic complexity. Magic's like fairly linear. Once you've learned the core rules, it kind of is self-explanatory past that. I've started playing end of last year, and I have fallen in love with the game because it works really well for me. Alright, so borrowed time, X green. Return target creature with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter against haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. And then rewind. X and a black. You may cast target instance or sorcery with mana value X from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If it would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead. Okay. Can I just say, this is probably one of the coolest designs on top of, like, what we've seen so far. This is on flavor, on point, and very little, I would suggest, changes. This is actually worded pretty well as well. This is great. I like this one. And it's, again, fitting for Golgari colors. It's fitting for Amelia. I would definitely say my gut instinct was to make her blue-white instead of black-green, but, like, this works really nicely. I like that. That's a really good designed card. It having Ward 2 as well, being 5 mana means that this comes down, it's a problem, but like, there's no excessive infinites that you can do with this. It's actually a cool card. I like that. Celia is Simic, god damn it. 1, a green, and a blue. Flash Enchantress. Enchantress isn't a keyword normally. Whenever you play an enchantment, draw a card. Okay, so it's the Enchantress terms. Clockwork Rebellion. Artifacts you control become creatures while keeping their original abilities. Their power and toughness equal to their mana value. Not how you would word that, but hey. It would be non-creature artifacts you control are creatures in addition to their other types. 0/0 creatures in addition to their other types and gain +1/+1 equal to their mana value. Or something along those lines. No, you could have it as just their power and toughness is equal to their mana value instead of 0/0 thing. But basically that would be the change. Outside of that, interesting. 3 and a blue. Artifacts you control get hexproof until end of turn. I would have that as a tap effect, not as a just mana sink effect. But other than that, yeah, cool card. I like that. Alright, Liz. Red, green, white. Is that Bant? I think is that color combination off the top of my head. So 5 mana for a 4/3, Daunt. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So that's not a keyword, but that is a ruled line that exists. If this creature is equipped creatures you control get +2/+2 and protection from black. Yeah, actually I could see this being printed as a card. Just straight up. Yeah. How do you just get into Magic? Seems really neat. It depends on kind of how you want to do it. There is Magic Arena. Magic the Gathering Arena on like Steam and stuff. That's a solid way if you want to just dip your toes in without spending any money or anything. The thing that's kind of common at the moment is to talk about one of the formats called Commander, which is what a four-player pod of people playing, where it's kind of free-for-all, but it's very politicky, it's very social, it's really fun to do in groups at like real-life events. The problem is, it's 100 cards you need, and they all have to be different cards, aside from your basic lands. That can mean that any deck can range to close to $50 to $100 just because you're paying for like $1 per card, or less than $1 per card. I have decks that are like $400. It can get expensive. You do not need to do that. If you want to get into Commander, there are precons. Look into those, which are like pre-constructed decks. But straight up, yeah. It's IRL cards. It's both. That's why I say Magic the Gathering Arena is the digital version of the card game over on Steam, but it is primarily a physical card game that's been running since like the 90s. I think it's 1995 or something like that was when it released. Like this year, it also has been doing a lot more collab things. So we had a Final Fantasy collab in June. We've got a Spider-Man collab coming up like in the next month, and then a month or so after that we've got Avatar The Last Airbender as a expansion as well. Right, Fuawa Golgari. They have quite the history. Oh yeah, it's a very long-standing thing. I didn't win again. I did terribly. Okay, that run's gonna probably end soon. Alright, so 1 and a green, discard a card. Fuawa gets Stalking, which is, yeah, this can't be blocked by more than one creep. No, Stalking? Oh no, Shadow is what I'm thinking of. Stalking. So only until end of turn. Okay. I mean, why is this person adding so many keywords that don't exist? I don't get that. Cecily Bond. If Okoko, the fuzzy one, is on the battlefield, this gains Trample and Prowess, and then it has Partner. Okay. Flavor fail. Flavor fail moment. It should not be partner, it should be partner with Mokoko. Partner with is they will have partner with and then the name of the card that it partners with specifically. Partner is you can have more than one commander if it has partner as well. So that's a big fail on that. It also means when it's played in the deck, it pulls the other one out of your deck into your hand when it's played. So yeah, that's something I'm going to call out a little bit. Guagura is a planeswalker with 2 Simic and blue. 2 Simic and 2 mana. 4 loyalty. +2, create 2 1/1 blue fish creature tokens. -3, fish creatures and merfolk creatures you control become unblockable until end of turn. And then -8, you get an emblem with fish creatures and merfolk creatures you control have base power and toughness 4/4 and vigilance. Yeah, actually, that's fine. I honestly could see that card being done, or something similar to it. It wouldn't be incredibly powerful. Some things would have to change on the card. In fact, I'd probably put some numbers higher. If anything. It's nearly there. Iris! 3, a white and a black mana for 2/6. Death Touch, Lifelink. Demonic Game. When Iris attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other attacking creatures. Gains power and toughness equal to the sacrifice, to each creature sacrificed this way until end of turn. I would remove the clause that it needs to be attacking creatures to that. And then Angelic Retribution. At the beginning of your end step, gets -0/-1 unless you discard a card or lose 2 life. Okay. That... I see what they're trying to do. I feel like that's missing a little bit. You'd probably have it as a straight up -1/-1 counter on it. Instead of -0/-1. I guess I can see what they're trying to do. Yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah. It's not a very good card, then. It's close to being cool, though. I like it. I don't know what I quite do to fix it. It just feels very weak. I'm gonna look at the Mokoko one while I'm keeping the Fuawa in mind, and then I'll look at the usual one. So 1 on black, lose 2 life. Target creature must block this turn if able. Sisterly Bond, while the other girls on the battlefield gains double strike and Hunter. When a creature is damaged by this creature, when a creature damaged by this creature dies, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Yeah, again, not a keyword, probably wouldn't give it that effect. Something along those lines could work. Yeah. I don't see how they synergize with each other, though. Other than, like, the literal sisterly bond effect. Yeah. No, I'd change a little bit about that. Make them feel a little bit more synergistic. Alright. Bieber. So Wooburg 06. Either 2 mana or each color can be spent. So very expensive commander potentially. When it enters at and at the beginning of your upkeep, choose 2 until end of no, don't phrase it as choose 2, and then all of them will have end of turn effects on it. So, Joy, white creatures you control get +2, +0/+2 in Vigilance. Sorrow, blue creatures you control get +0/+2 and Flying. Fear, black creatures you control get +2/+0 and Wither. That's flavor wrong, you just do Menace there. Or Fear, which is another one that exists as well. Literally there is a keyword called Fear, so you have to be actually careful with that. Rage, red creatures you control get +2/+0 and Burst Strike, and Curiosity, green creatures you control get +1/+1 and Trample. So white getting Toughness and Vigilance, I'm okay with. Blue getting Toughness and Flying, I somewhat disagree with. Flying's correct though, blue is very much a flying color. The fear one, again, should either do menace or actual fear is the keyword. Rage being first strike. You could honestly actually make that haste, and it would be better. And you don't need to give stats for all of them as well. I feel like that's a mistake. You could honestly give her ward as well, because she actually feels kind of shit otherwise. And then there's the Narissa, we already looked at that earlier. Ina is blue mana or not black? Okay. What does she do then? Reach, sticky tentacles. When an opponent casts their third spell in a turn, they... Oh, this is really hard to read. They reveal the top card of their library. If it's a creature spell, you may pay the cost and play it. Otherwise, it's put on the bottom of their library. The colored mana is... Okay, no, that's terrible. What? That is not how you would phrase any of that. At the beginning of your end step, if your devotion of blue is 8 or higher, exile Ina and then return it to the battlefield transformed. Okay, I'll review the transformed one in a second. I'll just end this career because this is a fail. Like, hard fail. I keep fucking up. It's not going to get better. So this first ability is terribly written. When an opponent... So, third spell of a turn, terrible. Second spell of a turn could work. Or you could even have it as first spell. Fuck it. It doesn't really matter. When an opponent casts... So, it's... If it is an opponent's turn, when they cast their third spell of that turn... Or second spell of that turn probably is better. Exile the top card of their library. Or, reveal the top card of their library. If it is a creature spell... You may cast it and use, and any mana can be used to cast it. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of their deck. That would be how that is kind of phrased. A little bit better than that. Alright, so if your devotion is 8, this exiles from a 1/5 to... Okay, she turns into a planeswalker, and sure... Create blue tentacle creature tokens, -5, counter target spell. This can be used anytime you could cast an instant. Okay, and then put 4 1/1 counters on tentacle tokens you control. They can't be blocked. Okay, nah. That's, I'm gonna be honest, they've missed so much of the cool stuff that Ina is. And just, I feel like this is so unflattering to her, and it's so lacking. You could have the +2, like, if you're gonna have a flip like this, if you're gonna especially have this kind of requirement, you have the flip be like a +1, and every player reveals the top card of their library. You may cast one of those using mana of any type. Oh, you can also have this as, like, activate the, Ina's abilities can be activated anytime you could activate an instant, because you don't want to have that here. Then you can have this as, like, slightly cheaper, probably -3, and have this as a counter-target, spell, and then have this is terrible, I'm gonna be honest. Then you can have this just, like, exile, I don't know, the top 10 cards of target opponent's library. You may cast any spells from among them this turn without paying their mana cost. Or you could actually just have that, instead of the +1, have that effect and then just say repeat this 10 times. And have this one create tentacles, sure. That's just so weird. Flip. Planeswalkers are supposed to be really strong because you have to put in so much investment, especially having 8 devotion to blue. So devotion to blue mechanic, to explain that one briefly, is see the blue pips up here for the mana cost? This would be a devotion of 2. So it's however many cards you have on your board that have these blue pips up the top right here. Counted all of those blue pips together. So no, this feels so bad. It just doesn't feel accurate to her either. Alright, Shiori. She is 1 blue and a red. X blue. Shuffle card with X mana value less back into your library. Then 3 and a red. Sacrifice a creature and deal that much damage to target creature equal to the sacrifice creature. Oh god. Okay. Sure. It's terrible. It's also not a legendary. Again, I get it, but come on. Shiori, this is the legendary version of her. It's Grixis this time. Okay. So blue, red, and green. Blue, black, and red, sorry. Ward 3, bookmark. Whenever a non-token creature with mana value 4 or less would die, you may pay 1 and a blue. If you do, exile that creature instead. Then 3, a black and a red. Return all creatures exiled using bookmark to the battlefield under your control. They gain hexproof and haste until end of turn. Almost there. I like that. Instead of calling the ability bookmark, what you could do with this is you take this effect, and it's whenever you exile that creature instead with a bookmark token on it. Or a bookmark counter. Then you have return all creatures exiled with bookmark counters on them. That means that if Shiori herself gets removed, those cards in exile still could be recast. Or brought in with this. That would make that really fun. Okay, and then there's 2 more. Kiara, the Radiant, of course it's fucking Boros. Rebirth 2, when this creature would die, you may pay the rebirth cost. If you do, exile it with X rebirth counters on it, where X is the rebirth cost. At the beginning of each upkeep, remove a rebirth counter. When the last rebirth counter is removed, it is returns to the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay, I like the idea of it. It's basically, if it would die, it gets suspended. You could honestly remove the cost. Just give it rebirth 2, and it's like, this is how many things it gets. And then having it tap and give this, you could honestly have rebirth, if you really want to be thematically interesting, rebirth gives haste. So when it enters, it gets haste. So that way, this comes back in and you immediately can rebirth another thing. That would be interesting. It means she doesn't have haste here inherently, it's her coming back in with haste. That would be cool. And then Sana, 1 mana, white and a blue, 1/3. Special distortion. If you would create a creature token, you may instead create that many Sanalites, a 2/2 artifact creature with flying, and 2 and a tap, sacrifice this, gain 3 life. So it's food tokens. Okay. Play for Pops. When a creature named Sanalite deals combat damage to a player, that player mills 1 card. 3 and a blue, tap, counter target spell or ability targeting Sana. Yeah, I mean, outside of a little bit of stuff, that's probably fine. Again, the phrasing's a bit weird. I don't know why it's the sack the artifact to gain life, because that's just food tokens. Also, the fact that you're making the tokens and instead making these is always a bit of a weird one. I'd recommend, personally, if you want to make this feel really nice, it would be if you would create... It's because it's specifically a creature token. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a cool idea, not quite there, though. And that's all of them. This person seems really interested in a lot of the design of that sort of stuff. I don't... Again, The problem you'll often find with fan-created cards, and I mean this with, like, not being negative, people don't actually know the rules of the design that they're working with. There is nothing wrong with taking an external universe concept and putting it into that game. What's wrong is to not use the rules inherently available to you via that source. That was a lot. It was a lot. That was a lot of cards to go through. So my kind of like constructive criticism to that person is you got really cool ideas. You do not know the rules of how magic works, though, well enough to construct cards in that sphere. And that's fine. That happens. That's how everyone is. Like, even I suffer from that. I tried to design a card and it, I looked back at it later on and I'm like, I would have to redesign so much of this to be correct. Because, fun fact, so this is actually where I get to show a little bit of my knowledge on stuff. How Wizards of the Coast design Magic the Gathering cards is often what they'll do is they'll come up with a mechanic first, the mechanic, the concept, the general idea of the card, and then they will go backwards from there and go, okay, what colors does this denote into? How does this attribute to what this is? Okay, from there, and then does it work thematically with what we're doing? Working, a lot of it is come up with a random idea. Does it work? Does it fit? Do we have a way to actually put this in? Okay, it does. How do we color code it? How do we put it into what are the things? Is this specifically only for this color or is it for other colors? Like, these sorts of things, and you'd go back from there and create these results. These cards are cool ideas, but they're very much more inspired than they are designed for Magic. And that's fine. I would not blame someone for being more inspired to do something interesting than to have to follow the rules. That's just me being a nitpicky asshole. They came up with some really cool ideas, and I would love to, like, develop those ones further. It's, like, that's the big thing, though, as you saw, a lot of the time I would go, like, hey, the wording on this would be wrong. That's not how you would word that effect. So, yeah, like, returning back to that original thing of just, would I want to... You picky asshole, I know, right? If I'd want to, like, work with, wizards, yeah, no, 100%. If I was given the opportunity to, work specifically in the commander space, I would. Do I think I would do incredibly well or not? I can't say shit to that. I can only be a judge of what I can think is good design and what isn't. But I would be willing to explore things that they currently haven't explored a little bit more aggressively. And whether or not that results in good things or not, that is for debate. Right? Like, some of the ideas I like are values, like, ongoing value concepts and win cons. Those are the things I like designing for. When it comes to Commander especially, your Commander needs to be something that normally cohesively designs your deck. You have a card, your deck is designed around this card existing. That's typically how Commanders are chosen. There are obviously exceptions to these rules, being some cases where people will pick a Commander just so they can have those colors in the deck. But at the very least, the card probably complements effects in there. And that's something that's important to not fail to acknowledge. So it's like, if that's how most Commander decks are built, what do you do in that case? Do you only ever do that as well when you're designing cards for Commander? No. You should probably be, like, designing some extra cards with the mindfulness of, like, this is probably not a great Commander, but this is a really funny idea. And it means that that one random dude's gonna pick this out of the pile and go, I'm gonna make a Commander deck with this. Is that a good, wise idea? Fuck no, it's not. But I'm going to do this because it's funny. I have decks that I've wanted to design purely because I saw a card and I'm like, that's just funny. I don't, because I don't have the money, because Magic the Gathering is a very expensive hobby to maintain, when you play it like I do. Oh look, I got all of the, career scenarios unlocked. Nice. But it's funnier as well, because I've had people say that I was wrong with certain things of design, right? And I then proceeded to correct them, and they did not like that. And I find that really funny, because it's like, no, I kind of know what I'm talking about when it comes to some of this stuff. Whether if I'm new into it, I'll take advice from other people, but like, one of the things I did with the card that I designed, we did it as a little funny joke thing on stream, is like how would this card be designed if we were to try and do this? And I did it, and I mentioned it to someone that was a little bit more well-versed in the field, and he's like, oh no, that mechanic doesn't exist. I'm like, yeah, it does actually. And he's like, no, it doesn't. I was like, look at this card. And he's like, oh, it does exist. Oh. But that's still like a very old mechanic. I'm like, yeah, but you can't say it doesn't exist. And it exists in other contexts as well. There's moderner versions of this that do it. Like, I agreed with one of his ideas towards it, which is the fact that, like, with one of the colors that was getting added, it made more sense to do something else with it. But, no, certain mechanics exist, and you only find that shit out if you're a random nerd like me that likes scrolling through cards and looking at a bunch of the stuff in it. That's why I want to do my own card game. I'd love to. Alright, I'm not doing another run. It's way too late to try and do another run. We're at 4.5 hours. I would have done another run if it were like half an hour or an hour before now. But we've also been like just looking at Magic for so long now. It's actually been like 40 minutes, I want to say. 40, 50... No, it's nearly been an hour. Yeah, we were looking at those cards for nearly an hour. Fuck that. I'm good. I really, really am good. So, I think I'm going to finish up here. Reminder, the next stream is going to be the karaoke stream. So, if you're excited for that, yay. I'm definitely not filled with anxiety and dread. But it will be karaoke for the first, like, however long of the stream, be how it starts, and then we'll move on to good old musume again right after. Only an hour? Probably only an hour. Yeah. Only an hour. But yeah, no, so, but the karaoke will be fun. I need to practice more today, because I didn't practice as much yesterday because I was not feeling so well, and I ended up sleeping a lot during the day. You'll probably have to remind us on Discord. I mean, the stream will be called Karaoke Stream as well, so you'll see the alert on Discord, and you might be able to see from there. It's also on the thing. They'll also, on YouTube, you'll see it in advance, because I'll set up the stream the day before, right? Like, I always try and set up, like, 12 hours before the stream would start. Roughly. So you get time to see that it exists. Yeah, no, aside from that, I think that's all. So, with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. Also check the last song I remember. DM'd it to you some time ago. Oh yeah, I did have a look at that one. Yeah. No, I did have a squizzy at that. Yeah.